Hey there, Nyan. I am impatient and want to play my silly little game with my silly little avatars. And I don't know. There's a part of me that like legitimately would love to see the return of Takoyapi. Like the actual my guild, my Ragnarok guild. I miss it. It was a really cool group of people doing really cool things. And it was a very, very small guild, but we did cool stuff. Oh, I have very much upset the OBS gods. Let's see if I can bring that back. Someday I'll fix it. Today is not that day. Ba ring ding 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 ba. Didn't I use this exact track as my starting for yesterday as well? No, no, I didn't. I definitely didn't. Yesterday's track was absolutely off the wall. King DDD's theme vocal mix from Silly Girl Camilla. Why is this being recommended to me? Do I even know what King DDD's theme sounds like? I'll open it for later. Sometimes the algorithm is right. Like, eventually it'll get good at it. It's weird seeing that, like, their official Steam page has news that is March 30th of this year, but, like, their direct launcher that you can download from their website, the latest news on that only, the most recent piece is November of last year, which is roughly the same time that they had the patch, like the most recent official full patch, which is funny because that's not actually where you get to. Like when you launch that, it'll throw you through all of the cumulative updates that have come since then, nearly a full year later. Like I wonder if, oh, I sincerely hope they don't get the server stuck on a Christmas theme for another however many years. They've done that in the past. Hello, everyone. It is I, the Talkie Dog, the green glow dog on the internet. You may recognize me from such strange shows as It's 420 Somewhere, a show for cannabis patients and enthusiasts, as well as those that are just a little bit curious. Let's see. I'm seeing my mic picking up all the time from me just moving my mouse. I don't like that. There we go. That's a little bit better. Nope, nope. She's just going. Okay, cool. That's silly. I may as well just have an animation. Well, that's fun. Emote Cloud. Why is this one so chill? It's like even more head empty than usual. Also, we have hit the official actual 9 p.m. Hee 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 ha 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 ha. I'm here. Oh no, my avatar's stuck. She's doing the thing again. Hey lady, there you go. Close your eyes. Or wait, open your eyes, close your mouth. No? 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 We're just stuck like that? Oh, okay. I guess we're just stuck like that. Are we getting reflective light? What's happening here? Oh yeah, it was reflective light. Okay. Well. Some sense has been made. I moved where my camera is and it doesn't seem to like that. Let's go ahead and shut off some of the stuff that we got running in the background here. I don't know why my avatar is like permanently launching in the middle of the screen now. Like I'm not the most opposed to it, but it's over here. Try not to cover up everything in existence here. Whoa, what? Huh? Ragnarok? Oh, okay. Let's see. What? Oh, right. It's over here. Move me just a little bit further over. And I'm realizing that my ability... Maybe tonight we should actually do the nose outside empty. Let's do that. We'll turn off the in-game music. But, I don't remember what I was going to say. Oh well, we'll jump into this. I've been working on this earlier today, but on a different character. And today... Ooh, good. Good, this music will work just fine for this. I've been playing on a mage, who I intend to use later to help other people level up their characters. She is almost all the way up to the next level of character class, going from mage to wizard. Just like this character's about to go from acolyte to monk. And along with that, I managed to find and pull out some more equipment from my storage that's going to help us along the way. Let's see. Oh, right. Did I have... I have a couple of Bowman Scrolls left already, so we'll go ahead. Dang it! That was the thing I meant to do today, was install the other, My brain is not letting me think straight today. Too many things. Too many things. We're gonna go fight some skeletons. Brain broken. After everything else, after all of the stress of the stuff with the VODs and trying to make certain that I had all my shit together for yesterday's episode, I'm actually pretty drained. And this was a comfortable thing that didn't require me to actually like fire on all 10,000 cylinders at the same time, and still let me be entertaining. Okay, let's see if I can remember how to actually play this character after running a mage all day. Oh, I miss having multi-enemy attacks. That's gonna take a sec to get used to. What's the experience rate that we're getting here? Okay, this one. Take off the experience gained. Just let it be items. Oh, that's still range. No. I had this set up on a different character. Alright, add another tab. Put it over here. I just want items. Just items. Item get drop. Okay. I know we're just covering our screen with even more things, but chat's already over there anyway, so... More relevant to me than it is to you folks. Hey, our archer is actually doing her job. Where are we at? We're at 44 and 39. And I think I was supposed to go on the quest for fighting the orcs, which that's going to be an interesting challenge. There are a lot of them. Far more than there are of these folks. But I'm also doing a lot more damage a lot faster. I'm kind of curious how that's going to work out. We'll see. I'm almost tempted to go for the character class change before going for the next equipment upgrade. Alright, everything's coming over to us. This works out just fine. Okay, so on this one we're going to want to take off the show item get. Because it's going to completely drown out the information that I need there. Item get. Okay. Need one for battle damage, one for experience, and one for items, because they don't separate well in the chat on their own naturally. Hey there, Hunter. How's it going, hun? I need to do something about the highlights for my chat, because with your name specifically, I always have to, like, squint and get real close to figure out whose name that is. The purple just... it perfectly matches the purple and green of my hair, but that doesn't work well for text. We chillin'. Oh, there's that gravity error handler that I'm just going to ignore and slide off to the side. How's your day going, Hunter? Beep, 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 beep. What I'm looking for is to get a little bit further into the dungeon over here so that we can try, and I want to emphasize try in this case, to fight some higher level enemies. I'm getting about 100 experience off of these, which means I'm a little high level for them. Been chill so far, just eating dinner currently. Nice! What's for food? My day has actually been very sleepy, and I've just been hanging out and grinding in this game, to be honest. Just letting my brain relax after all the chaos of the last couple of weeks. Tomorrow is going to be my usual professional development day, so I'll spend most of it doing VOD work. And I have to say goodbye to one of my partners who's heading back across to the East Coast. Pasta with sausage. Nice. Wait, why is it showing me with a wooden club again? I'm using... Why would they use that sprite for this weapon? I guess they want to make it so that the different levels of Eden Mace look fancier as they upgrade. Wait, mercenary contract expired? Come back here. Oh yeah, you'll note that my Acolyte is now casting some magic user abilities because she is currently wearing underneath her hood the Vandalmer's hat. A little slime that the rest of the characters in my roster have access to. She's finally high enough level to equip it. And since the... Ooh, let's cast these buffs here. Since the... Wait, can I use this on this? Oh. Not enough damage. Okay. But I can definitely take these down. Good. Much better experience. This is the place that I was talking about taking somebody earlier today, so we could get more of the egg incubator item. Because for reasons unknown, this enemy that is an egg drops an incubator sometimes. You know, now that I'm... Let's see. Okay, so Vandalmer's doesn't actually give you the ability to cast any of those spells. It just casts it on its own. If I get lucky, some of the enemies around here will actually drop some really valuable items. Oh, that is a lot more enemies than I want to fight at once, though. Yep, come over here. What is that person's name? I swear that person's name was Cake of Riz. I'm like, Zax ain't here. There ain't no Riz Cake. Every time I try to look, they move. Code of Et. Oh, like Code of Etiquette. Okay. I'm glad I can heal myself. Well, that's interesting. You don't get to see how long you have your skill for still when you're blinded. Like, your character can't focus on that. I should try and get Divine Light on this character. It's not very powerful. Oh, snap. Okay, well. Back to Payon. See here, people buying blue herbs. Today it's blue herbs, tomorrow it's going to be strawberries. I just know it. Hey there, Milky Taro. Somebody buying poison spores. Illunium and Iridicon. Red herb. There's been a person here buying red herbs for the last couple of days. For 400 zenny. And that's just like a thing that drops naturally in the area all the time. So I've been taking advantage of that when I can. Let's see here. Whap, 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 whap. Need to actually sit my character down for a sec here. Take a look at what I've actually got going on. Right, we're doing primarily agility combat build for this. And the rest of this is all just kind of secondary. Reveal hidden enemies. If the hidden enemy inflict 145% holy property. Angelus. Plus to Vit defense, plus to health, duration. Oh. Well, that's something I can spend my skill points on. I didn't realize I could. So that's going to go into the stack of self buffs. And, oh right, how much trash am I holding on to right now? A little. Alright, let's put the mace, dagger, accessory. Oh, that blessed shirt though. It's a good shirt. Put all these away. Wait, I can trade my merit badges between my characters? Interesting. I never thought about that. And we'll take these bones over to this fellow. Wait. Ah! Wrong way. Can I get through here? Yeah! Dasha. Wow, you just talk about every item and where you get them, huh? Okay. Apparently I didn't have anything that was valid for that. Welcome back, Dan. Been cooking dinner. Nice. What are you making for dinner? Oh, I could use a concentration potion to further increase my attack speed. Also, I picked up a bunch of other weird things. Mostella fruit wine, plus 5 int. That sounds nice. That's a lot of strawberries. Okay, I'm about to get to the next level of Bowman Scroll. Which makes me wonder if I go to the Eden group, can I just turn in a quest and get... I'm at 92%. There's got to be something I can turn in and get the next level real quick. Uh, 97. We're so close. None of those. Well. Aww. Alright, well. Go back through here. Hunt all. Didn't get it. But I do know somewhere I can go quickly. Just teleport directly to the Orc dungeon. So we're gonna see how capable my character is. I don't know We'll see. That's a lot of orcs. Okay. Not bad. Okay, I guess that answers that question. Time for me to go in here. You. Okay. First target, kill the orc babies. Because that's what they want you to do. Go figure. Now I have to go find some. Oh, my flea rate can barely handle this. It's so noisy in here. Okay. There we go. It's gonna take a little bit, but we're gonna get there. We'll get good experience along the way. The orc babies are extra dangerous. They summon more to them. Alright, well, I guess as long as I get a hit in. Oh, I can't believe that worked. Just start chugging potions while getting smacked. Oh wait, I can get a mana refill over here. For free! Yeah. That Vit defense. It's not much to start, but to start stacking up. Hear them breathing. Oh, you are terrifying. You're all glowy. Having the increased agility also allows me to flee enemies much more readily. Just run right past them all. There's one I need. That's way too many to fight. Alright, we'll fight them one at a time over here. We have problems here. Just a few. Oh no. This is way more than I can handle. No, get ready to go, get ready to go. No, they got me first. I did not get the kill. This is not easy. Good thing I have really good mana regeneration. Almost got all of the orcs necessary for the first, like, sign turn in. Which reminds me, let's throw in some more strength. Get a bit more punchy. Also, let's probably shrink these down just I don't need that much now that I've got them properly figured out. Okay. Oh, heal, heal. There we go. Resume. Rhodex? What do I have in Rhodex? Vending agent. What did I buy? Oh, okay. That's such a silly thing to receive a letter about. Yes, delete that. Okay, come here. Cool. Ah. How much am I getting for these? I'm at 41.1. 43.2. It's going to take 50 Orc Warriors per level minimum. It's going to start incrementally dropping off fairly quickly. Oh, there's another one of my targets. Come here. Beep beep. I think my dab pen hit me a little harder than I expected. It is so nice being able to just heal myself. If I can get the heal ability on my mage, she'll be unstoppable. Ooh, job level. More vet defense, please. The extra lightning bolts are nice. It's kind of like interspersed between the attacks. Thinking about equipment while I'm doing this. Still have to find a good spot where I'm not going to get completely wrecked. There goes most of my mana until I sit down. I'm trying to remember if there is an increased SP. Well, no, there will be, because I'm going to be playing as a monk. So I'll gain meditation as an ability. I was honestly expecting I would have to, like, class up before being able to fight here, but this Acolyte is built well. She's a bit of a truck. It's free heal estate. Where? I mean, I'll fight these because I need to, but... More agility, more strength. Oh, hey. I need 5 more or 15 more. I don't know. 5 more or 10 more. We'll see. I have 2 different quests going on for that, so... Everybody's so cozy! This is cute. I'm glad you're all tuned in for a cozy stream. Okay, that's 6. Seven. Oh, right, I left the door open. That's why I'm being bitten. Alright, I'm gonna run inside this building real quick and close the door. I'll be right back. Okay, we are back. Looks like we got some free healing while we were hanging out inside there too. So that's good. Oh, that's cool. I didn't realize that Angelus also gives plus to max health. That's nice. I close the door and then I immediately start to have the whole, oh no, no moving air. Radon. Like, I'm not paranoid of that, my body just like, stagnant. Oh no. I don't want to warp around because I'm just going to end up getting eaten if I do. I'm going to warp into the wrong place at the wrong time. Decent money on those Orcish vouchers. What on earth? This means that all of the enemies I need to find are going to be packed into the corners on the outside edges of the map. Oh, hey. Nice. Ready? Nope. Get out. Wrong target. Well, mission complete. I wonder what ability they were intending on using. That's still too many for me to be able to address. Like, way too many. Doesn't matter how good my flee rate is. Oh, if I had my mage here, the fireball would just take all of this out immediately. Little bit at a time. Oh, wrong button. Over here. Turn this up just a little bit. This is on Chaos, on the official Warp Portal server. Running off the Steam client specifically, because I guess that there's a difference between those now too. Turn the effects down just slightly here. But yeah, the current localization for International Ragnarok Online is being ported from Gravity to a company called Warp Portal. And I guess that they handle localization of a few different Korean games and RPGs out there. They're a very small team. And as such, like, this receives updates kind of sporadically. But it is still a serviced server. It's kept up to date. And they, like, I just actually saw them release a patch last night for something. But what's frustrating about it is they're not actually publishing any information about that as it's happening. They're just sending those updates out. Also, welcome in Divish HT, or Divish T. First time chat. Where are you watching from? I should probably heal here. I don't normally play a a monk build in this. Usually I end up doing either an assassin or a rogue. Sometimes I'll dabble in knight or an archer. Yeah, I'm making a monk. From India. It's good to see you. Yeah, everything right now is just set up for essentially solo combat with a little bit of self-buffing and minor party buffing. Just enough int to drive the Vandalmirth hat that I've got, which has given me chance of bolt spells. I don't know how legible that actually is on stream because holy cow. My apologies. Just realized the statement. Oh, that put us on the next stage, fighting the Orc Warriors. Let's go do that. Yeah, we're also doing the Eden Group equipment upgrade here. Although it seems like a lot of what I picked up for my magic user is carrying over rather well to an acolyte. Four more of those to go. And so few of the Orc Warriors. It's so hard to start this quest, but the rest of it's fairly straightforward. Try getting CD in mouth. Right now I'm doing strawberry in mouth for the increased dexterity. What does the CD one do? The other one that, like, at one point I was really interested in was Snake on Head or Baby Chick on Head for the double attack. Being able to use double strike with anything, including bows, was a very silly and fun idea. Cast bolts as well. Oh, okay. Fight you. Nice. Angelus. Actually, we should go level 3 on that. No, I've got a level 90 Assassin Cross who's my main. Wait, okay, cool. I've also just recently restarted my High Wizard that I dropped all the way back down to a mage because I didn't want to pay Gravity any money for the gender change. I just decided, you know what, I'll roll a whole new character. We'll start over. I enjoy the game enough that I don't mind doing so. But I've been playing this one since it... Well, I've actually been playing Ragnarok since it first came out. It's a little over 20 years. And I've played everything from private servers to official servers. And I've seen the rise and fall of so many memes. Okay, looks like I'm already done with the Orc Warrior part of this quest. Moving on. This is my first time coming back in about 4 years, though, because there was an issue with the most recent patch, or recent in that case, at that point, that made it so I just couldn't launch the game anymore. And it still does have the same issue. It throws an error upon launch where it says the Gravity Crash Handler has detected an error and will shut the game down. And the only way I found that you can play the game when it does that is Alt-Tab back into the game and completely ignore the error. Which is not a thing that the Gravity Crash Handler would let you do for the longest time. Like, that's... for over 20 years. Like, that's not a thing that you could do. And now suddenly you can. So, I'm back. I'm back to playing after all this time. Now, I will say, I've never had a character make it up to, like, say, my Assassin Cross. She's never made it up to Guillotine Cross. My Lord Knight has never made it up to Rune Knight. Like, I've never made it up to that tier of character class. They didn't exist when I was playing still. So it's neat to see all this new stuff available, all these new mounts. I love the idea of taking, like, starting out as a blacksmith and ending up as a person making mech armor. Like, that's such a cool concept. Let's see. Gotta find more of the orc ladies. That's too many. Maybe we'll find one over here. Hey. Okay. Oh, hey, 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 hey. I was not paying attention to my health during that. It is fun to play in a party. I actually have a few folks that I have been playing with off and on throughout the day, but they are all mostly new to the game, and I'm fairly experienced. I'm capable of solo grinding my way through things, and I enjoy doing so from time to time. If you actually take a look at my VODs, I just had an 8-hour session where I was playing along with somebody who had never touched Ragnarok before, and it was fun. We made it pretty far. Got my character up to level 40 in this case, and got theirs up to 26 because they did need guidance. But my goal for tonight is to make it to Monk and probably switch over to the mage that I've got. It's right around the same point as this one, and get her up to Wizard. And yes, a lot of that could be done more easily with a party. I don't know. Milky Taro, are you on? Do you want to play? I want to say that it's pretty close to like when they usually shut down for the night. And my other party member, I believe, has work tomorrow, so yeah. I'm fine with running solo. Aside from that, it's good character development, and I love having like an ongoing headcanon of all of my characters in my roster knowing each other and working together to do different stuff. Oh, that is a lot more than I want to take on at once. Let's see if I can do it though. Okay, that's one. That's two. Let's get some Vit defense. Throw on a heal. Three more orc ladies to go. Let's see. Oh, that didn't work. I guess that kind of worked. Wait a second. Ami, you're on? Apparently we're gonna dance with this orcish warrior. Yeah, just showered. That's really funny. I didn't even mean to open the party menu. I just was like bouncing through the usual ones that I check. Oh wow, that is not a good crowd to have right outside this door. Let's see. Start off with this. Throw this on, and this. Not enough mana. Okay, here we go. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Intravenous potion drip! Okay. Continuing on. There was a whole bunch more over here. I just need to go at this slow or I'm going to get swarmed. Welcome in, everyone. Whoa, whoa, that's not a good crowd. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Woo! We're getting swarmed here. Oh. It is never a good sign when you have to do this with red potions. Never a good moment. I got stunned just as I leveled up. Oh, the timing. Okay. That's that whole quest, and now we got some flicker going on. Let's see here. Another level of Angelus. Apply. Throw that in place. Put this back. And this. So I don't need it right now. Talk to this lady over here. Back to the Eden group. Oh, wait. What do you got? Blue, blue, blue. Nope. Mermaid and poison spore and red. We don't have any reds. Okay. So many people. Okay. Mace, please. Ooh. The staff could be cool. Because it would drastically improve my bolt spell ability, and we'd be still relying on the physical attack capability of my character. But the bolts... I think the bolts, like, are affected by my magic attack. I don't know if they cost me mana. I could make a very interesting speed demon character, theoretically. We're gonna go with the mace. Just, let's see here. What's our current damage output? 142. 163. That's so little of an upgrade. I'm actually very tempted to go for the staff instead. My worry is if I do so, it's going to lock me in and they're going to give me the staff again without a choice when I do the next level. We'll do staff. We'll see what happens. This is going to reduce... Wait, what? Huh? I have enough. Staff. You chose a staff. Additionally, we have boots. Okay. I guess I just took too long to respond. Okay. Additional health and mana. Better regeneration rate. One-handed staff. I still get to use my shield with it. And that magic attack bonus. This is also going to drastically improve the amount of healing that I can do. Oh, that's a lot less than I was hoping for. I guess my int is still pretty low, though. It's only 19. I'll have to start working on that. We're going to be eventually building an auto-healing monk that uses the Enchanted Peachtree card on a shield to be able to self-heal during combat. Theoretically, a Geographer card in Saints Row or something higher. Like, I don't actually know what goes higher than that. There's so many new options. But something that's going to give me the increased SP recovery and increased int as well as better healing. And having the ability to self-bless when struck is another boon on there, because that one I know for sure the card does not actually cost any mana to use it. Same as the Injustice card doesn't cost any mana to cast Sonic Blow. Also, hello everyone. We are deep in the numbers already, and we're only an hour into the game. Okay, that puts us at... What do I want to test this on, actually? And for the first time ever, I've actually let this song play through. I wish I hadn't. I hate when I do. We're gonna skip ahead. Let's see. Uh-oh, I ended up... You understand nothing! Dan, you must play the game. I don't care that you don't have time. Let's see if I can go fight an orc. Well, an orc skeleton. Or maybe an orc zombie. I don't know. We'll see. Wait, hey, music? We lost our music. It went by. There we go. Wait, we already listened to this too. Okay. Oh, I guess we're gonna start off by trying to fight a boss. Great. Good. Good idea. I will say we're doing some good damage. Wait. Slash no shift. Okay, so that does work, but not all that well. What I'm hoping for is that my Vandalmirth hat is actually going to proc at some point here to start casting bolt spells, but no. Oh, there we go. 200 damage instead of 80. Is it worth the trade-off here? That mace is a little faster. And the bonus damage that it ends up delivering from being faster pays off. Okay, well, wasn't much of an upgrade, but it wouldn't have been much of an upgrade if I'd gone with the other mace anyways. It would have still been a tier 2 weapon. I know that I've got better options out there. Like, I'm officially level 48. I should have something in deep storage that's actually a lot more powerful than this. I might even be able to just use the Wand of Occult, because it's got a decent melee damage and a decent magic attack. What's the experience that I'm getting off of these? 900? Am I reading that correctly? Yeah, 900 and 1,000. Heck yeah. I was scouting this place out earlier with my mage because she's able to use fire damage in here to protect herself. But here we actually have a priest, well, acolyte in this case, capable of fighting the undead, and it seems more thematically correct. Also, all the money that I lost yesterday, making some decent income back from just enemy junk parts. There's a bunch of people in here. Oh wow, my melee against is terrible. Looks like I finally need to upgrade my... Yeah, I finally need to actually upgrade my dexterity. Well, more accurately, I need to not be fighting things that are that much higher level than me. Yep, I have a merchant for... I actually have a rogue for haggle instead. Like, the 1% difference doesn't matter to me. But yeah, I've got a alchemist and... Let's see here. I want to say that I have a whitesmith as well. I managed to actually park the name Ahsoka Tano years ago on that character. Kind of feel bad because I'm not that much of a Star Wars fan, but she is cute. Oh hey, I leveled up and I didn't even notice. More agility. Faster smacks. Most of the time I end up applying overcharge to some of the higher value items that you can just sell directly back to merchants. Opals, various, like the Cursed Rubies. But what I really prefer to do is keep a lot of stuff in storage and end up selling it on the open market. You'll find that I'll very commonly end up see whatever's currently being purchased by other people and spend a day just working on gathering that, because that's actually one of the best ways to make income in this. I made 900,000 zenny today just selling Maneater blossoms. Like, it was worth it. If I can find wherever the merchant for Witch Star Sand is parking themselves lately, like, I'll end up going to them as well. Because I've got 550 in hand waiting to go. But I'm not selling for any lower than 5k. So if I see you folks out there lowballing, you're not going to get my Star Sand. You play Chaos too. Nice. What do you main? Like, what's your main character? Somebody asked me last night where I got the Ragnarok Rush horns from. Cracked me up. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Nope. Also no. No, 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 no. Wow, I cannot wait until it... Well, no, I won't have access to Magnus Exorcismus. In fact, most of my combat abilities are still going to remain primarily melee. That makes me wonder... Can the monk equip any kind... Like, are there any daggers that the monk can equip? I can't remember. We need to figure out a decent common... Have almost all geared characters playing since 2007. Wow. And I take it in your case, like, it's been pretty much non-stop. You've been consistently playing. Yeah, kinda. This has been one of those things that I come back to, like, for maybe a week or two at a time in the winters lately. Just a comfort thing for me. But I don't play all that much, oh no. Oh no. It's this stack again. Ah! Alright, let's get the bat. The bat and the skeleton. Pull them over here. Now I can do the rest. Just had to break them up a little bit. I've basically been mainly Assassin up to Assassin Cross, because like Guillotine Cross didn't exist yet. with, I don't know, for a while I messed around with the gunslinger, but I find that after a while their combat's just the same as an archer, and an archer can feel a lot more satisfying when you do something like a blitzbeat build. I never did. I want to play ranger. Like, I have a hunter now, so I can get them up to sniper, so I can get them up to ranger, but I don't actually like playing as the sniper. They're expensive. They chew through ammo so quickly. Let's see. How to get both levels. Oh, I did not mean to hit that. Hey there, Busta. If you have the right gear, you can get a fresh character from 1 to 175 in a few hours. Well, I'm certain. Like, I've played on a couple private servers that are the reason that some of the equipment on the official servers looks the way it does now. Where you would have stuff that was like, here's this item that's plus 10 to all stats, and it has 4 card slots, and you throw in each of these cards that are plus 10 to all stats, and by the time you're done, your character is meta level 600 and something with a stat cap at 255, and your attack speed is infinite, and you have instant cast on all of your magic. Like, I know that it is possible using the math in this game to do some very silly things, and people pushing that to the limit on private servers has led to the game kind of having a bit of a different development curve. Hate private servers. I am very angry permanently at private servers, but without them I wouldn't have the passion for the game that I do, because back when they were around, like when it was a thing, I didn't have money. I didn't have the ability to go pay $12.99 to play on the official server. So I'd go find the next best thing, anything that matched it on a 1-to-1, and I'd go play that. Eventually I found a place that was a 1-to-3-to-3, and it was comfortable. Like, the items weren't any different, but the leveling was scaled up a little bit so that you could purposely try different methodologies for leveling. What I didn't account for, though, was the fact that that would then lead to behavioral changes in how you handle your leveling, because you're making use of your level up heals as part of the mechanic on that. And that only works for so long and in so many places. But then, over time, they changed the official server, and now the experience rates are, what is it, 5.55 or 5.15.15 officially on renewal? I guess that's the other thing, is I play Renewal Chaos. I don't run any of the other servers they offer. I know that there's an Agony RO available that, no thank you. I'm not out here playing WoW Classic, I ain't out here playing Agony RO. It's so funny, like, finding that I do have this hidden encyclopedia of ancient knowledge about this RPG in my head that I can just kind of recall. And I know that I do the exact same thing with D&D, but it feels like I apply D&D a lot more often than I do anything like this. Let's get more int. Level Angelus. Heal ourselves. Should get a blast clip. Magnum break. I don't feel like hunting marine spheres that much. But I know where you're coming from. Good option. The ability to add fire damage to all of your attacks. Get all the tips and tricks. Nah, I'm good. I know that stuff is available. I never even got to take part in the Fall of Morok. Like, there's huge chunks of the story I'm still missing. Part of the problem with doing that is it requires you also have the flee rate to back it, and the money to back having the slim whites to go with it. I don't have that. Because my flee rate will never capture. Well, we'll never be able to keep up with that. As much as I'd like it to. This, like, just 5 enemies. 5 enemies is enough to divide my flee rate down to the point that I can't dodge. Aww! Is that a little Vanelmirth? Cute! That's an evolved Vanelmirth. Terrifying. How much does an increased HP potion actually increase your health? Like, my current cap is, what, 1400? Also, you're telling me to do a completely different character build. I'm not set up for heal with int. I don't have the int to back that. This is a melee build. This is specifically so that I can go for the Baphomet card later and make a explosive hand. Where would you find one in Frontier? Are you just saying to go spend my time live on the air shopping? Because I ain't doing that. Search the board. Wait a second. They implemented an auction house board? Now we're talking. Now you're telling me things I need to know. Oh, the things I could do. I shouldn't have that information. No, I'm busy. But if you'd like to play, feel free to sign in and play. Let's see here. Oh. Oh, we got completion on the orc skeletons. Nice. Let's see. How long does that last? Oh, that's really not that long. Well, let's get her in here. She can defend me while I roll a joint. Probably should have hired a higher level archer before coming into this dungeon specifically, but you know, what can you do? Oh, she's already gone. Okay, well, that changes things. Dang. See, I'm at level 50. I hate buying new scrolls in between like this. I'll probably want to get a spearman instead of an archer this time. Somebody that can also take advantage of my buffs. Well, this will give me a good break after I get taken out by these orcs. I'm not going to bother healing. Oh, never mind. Okay, back to what I was doing here. Now, as you can see, there's definitely a very different style of gameplay going on between myself and other players out there. I don't have a drive to be like, I need to strip mine every bit of content out of this game as quickly as possible. Like, that's not my goal here. My goal is to enjoy this thing that is relaxing to me. That I use as a comfort thing. Let's see here. Just about done with rolling this. Although it just got really hot in here. Probably gonna turn the AC on. Bop, bop, bop. Bop, bop, bop. Oh, we got an orc coming up. Here comes another. And another. And another. It's funny because, like, in between each target, I'm needing to use both hands. Okay. Oh, right, AC. Let's get that handled too. Sorry, bug. Earlier today, I caught sight of a little leaf hopper that was overheated and laying in my driveway. Might be a leaf bug? I don't know. Oh. Looks like you might be feeling a little better. I think it ate something that it did not process very well. But it looks like it's sitting up a little higher than it was. And it looks like it may have actually passed water. Why is this important to me? Well, at one point I wanted to be an entomologist. I actually care a lot about bugs. I used to farm wood beetle larvae because I had taken care of reptiles. And you have to take care of their food if you're going to feed them properly. And so I farmed wood beetles. And they're just like strange little miniature cattle, honestly. They remind me of buses. And that gave me a compassion for other bugs later. There's still, like... There are times when we have to feed our reptiles, and like you have to dismantle a bug in order to do so. That still like hurts me the same way as if I were to have to dismantle a mouse. I don't want to do that. Hey, I got poisoned. That doesn't happen very often. And I never bothered to learn detoxify. Oops. Well, I guess it's a good time for me to recast some of my other abilities. Hey, got that level. More agility. Faster, faster. Wow, it feels so much better in here now that we got the AC going. We got 6 more job levels to go before the character's fully peaked on what's available for the Acolyte. Because you get between 40 and 50 job points per job. And you can change early, which is not normally recommended. There are very few classes that you wouldn't benefit from having all of the available skill points. So you can incidentally kind of screw yourself out of getting an additional 10 skill points if you go too early. If I wanted to, or felt a desperate need to, I could do so early in this case, but I won't. And what's funny is it's not even a permanent thing, because the second that we hit level 99 on this character, she goes back down to level 1, starts with 50 new skill points, loses everything else, and we start all over. Such is the process of Ragnarok Rebirth. I'm sitting here thinking to myself, like, with access to a bounty board, well, auction house board, I'll be able to do some very absurd searches. It also means that it probably broke part of the economy for... That's what it was. I remember being implemented in the first place and the search is not quite working. That, like, indexing doesn't quite match. I.e., if you go into coffer storage, for example, and you type in berry, it won't pull up strawberry. It won't pull up Yggdrasilberry. It'll tell you there are no search results. 0. And it's because you didn't start with Yig, with a capital Y. The indexing is terrible on this. Interesting. So I can swap between these. Give myself higher heals. Oh wow, that is a big moth. Hello! Hi! Level 1. Reminds me of old school RuneScape. Level 91 was halfway to level 99. Yep. I remember that being a surprise to people in Diablo 3 and 4. That, like, that's how leveling curves work. You're at 31. Nice. See, you're cruising along. I could probably benefit from grabbing a spearman from Prontera. I think I will. The experience has just been really good here. And I don't want to spend a bunch of money as my way of being able to level efficiently. Hello, you are huge. How did you get in here? Hello. Oh my. This moth is so big. It is larger than the palm of my hand. The season of the spider is over and the season of the bug has begun. And it makes me so happy. Alright, back to Prontera. Or maybe Payon? Oh no, crashed. Okay, one sec. Beep, 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 beep. Inherent issues with ancient game. It's funny because the crash handler will, like, hang out in the background and not do anything for the other crash. And then for this specific one, like that just happened just now, that's a real crash. That's the way that it's always handled things. Like, you can't just ignore that and alt tab out of the way. It's done. Let's see if it'll let me log in. It may still recognize my old login. I wanna take that moth outside. I feel bad that it's just fluttering around the garage here. Oh, looks like we're in. Okay, I'm not selling blue herbs to these folks. Okay, Prontera, please. And over here. Also, Ami, if you need a fighter to escort you in various dungeons, the person that trades you the scrolls is hidden in the upper right-hand corner of Prontera. I don't know why they stuck them behind a wall like this. But we're gonna grab a couple of tier 4s. Probably not more than 3 because we'll get to tier 5 soon enough. But these folks can soak up some damage, and I can give them buffs. Can't use that yet, so we'll use this instead. Another level of Angelus. That in place. And I'm trying to go to the Orc Dungeon, not Payon Dungeon. Nearly took off to Payon Dungeon. Also, since you're still in a party with me, if you go to the dungeon NPC inside the Eden group, you can just warp here. I already paid our tickets to get here. It will be dangerous. Like, you're not supposed to be here until you're level 40, but, yeah, party. Ooh. I love this track. Let's see. Hey bud, you wanna... Yeah. Alright. Well, that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to hit the orcs, but hey. Sound. BGM off. There we go. I realized we had weird discordant noise going on. Alright. It's so nice having this spearman in the party. One of the things that's really nice about having any kind of hireling is that it splits the flee rate of targets when you're doing solo play. And this is actually something that's been very beneficial for me as a player who's been stuck primarily in either no party or no guild in a lot of cases. Or usually it's just people are offline. Which NPC in Eden Group? Far left-hand side here. I will actually warp over and show you. Way over on the left-hand side of the desk, there's... Yep, you're right next to them. The dungeon teleporter. And it says you are booked for Orc Dungeon. Do you want to go? And then it'll just warp us in. Okay, let's see. Yeah, let's do more strength. Strength's good. Hey, you're here. Bonk. 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 Let's go break some stuff. Oh, also, I found something out. It turns out that whenever a person joins the party, I have to reconfigure the experience sharing, which is why it wasn't sharing experience before. Now it will. And you should be seeing the full benefit of that as we go. That arrow shower pulls aggro so well. I wish I could give you one of my scrolls, one of my mercenary scrolls, but they're purposely capped at only being available to the player that bought them because they are level limited. So it'd be messed up to be able to like have a level 85 scroll if you're only level 25. I have no idea why my mercenary just stands there a lot of the time, but this is exactly why I was like, I need to install the better AI. Your archer build is getting really powerful. Look out! I can only do so much. Taking off towards you to see if I can heal you. There you are. Okay. That was certainly a thing. Eat a couple strawberries here. Oh, that's a wall. nice. That skill is so nice. Plus 300 health. Vit defense plus 30%. So if you have vitality, it further increases that. So it better benefits like tank classes that'll be in the party, like Filton. Oh, I just got hungry. Not fair. Why? Why with the smiley avatar? I wish that I could program that a little bit better, but it's legitimately limited to just the hardware that I'm on. Someday I will fix this. Today is not that day. Hell yeah. Wow. Okay, I've now hit a point where these are giving me diminishing returns on overall experience. I'm amazed that one orc was just ignoring you that whole time. I'm seeing like 0.2 off of these orc warriors. %1 off of the orc ladies. Let's see. Oh, trees. It's amazing what you can get with just one hireling and having like somebody else doing ranged and somebody else doing support. Like, in a lot of cases, just having the extra damage sponge there can help two other characters so much. I wish it was possible for the game to actually work with an AI system for more of a support class. Like, actually being able to have a hireable Acolyte would be awesome, or any of the base 6 classes, instead of it being limited to Swordsman, Spearman, or Archer. Like, give me a Thief. I want a hireling that does backstab damage, but is frail as hell. Okay. Let's head inside this dungeon here. Let's see. Yeah, this is definitely doable. Much better experience return. Oh, behind you. Nice. This is actually a zone where, since the enemies are slower, you can effectively, tactically use stuff like Arrow Storm or Arrow Shower to push groups of enemies back. It doesn't really work very well against the Orca Skeletons because they got the higher speed, but the zombies, it actually can keep you pretty safe. That's a Ruffalunium. Those are good money. Okay. Doing the selective targeting during combat and knowing when to switch targets so that there'll be that extra swing either by myself or by the mercenary. It's like I'm having to develop a completely different style of doing this to compensate for the AI being wonky. Like, she'll engage a target I've already started swinging at. So if I start swinging at something and then switch to something else, she'll just stay on the first target. And then that'll change if there's more than one target attacking at once. She'll engage instead with the next thing that deals damage. What do you mean, share experience? Yeah, we're currently on an even share. Hey Filton, how's it going? We made it down into the Orc dungeon. Just woke up. Alright. Hope you slept well. I basically didn't stop playing this. Although I did switch characters, because I was playing the mage with you earlier. Got a whole different pack of enemies here. It's weird going back to single target combat after doing splash damage for so long. That's a bit many. Let's see. Not enough mana. I have to chill out for a minute. Comfy in your bed watching a cutie play. Alright. Let's see. Drink some milk. 136 Orcish vouchers. Wow. One rough Iridicon. If we get 5 of those, we can get a full Iridicon. Gives me a second to let my character recuperate. I can smoke. Cheers, everyone. And then I can ponder, what do I want to eat? I've eaten so much curry today. I made curry like 3 days ago, and we're trying to finish the leftovers for it. I was thinking about turning the rice into fried rice, but I think we're going to end up going through it. Maybe I'll... Ooh. I was just thinking about Kippered snacks earlier today, and how I miss having the Louisiana hot sauce ones. But now I have this Frank's Red Hot... No, it's not Frank's. It's, Trappy's Red Devil. Yeah, we're in a dungeon right now. I keep needing to look over here. I still don't have anything for major mana recovery. But we're at what? Job level 46. We got 4 more levels to go. I need to heal you. Cheers! I actually am currently smoking, so enjoy. This music is so good for this. How did my spearman get poisoned? Oh, heal, heal, heal! There we go. Also, Nyan, I signed into my account or signed in my mage and saw I had apparently been in a party already with a bunch of other people with that character, and I want to say that you were one of them. But I don't think you played this. I just healed a bat. Why did I heal a bat? Oh, I thought I still had Fireball. I'm using targeting skills for the wrong character class. Folks, my brain is melted. Alright, trying to go down a level. No, maybe we should... Oh, okay, here we go. Was there a name I saw specifically? I don't remember, and I would have to sign into my, my mage to find out. I'm watching Ami bounce back and forth in and out of this portal here, because there's so many enemies here. Okay. Heal. Buff. 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 Attack. Nice. And more int. Also, these Xenorc veins, there are people buying them for 3,000 Zenny in some spots. I have no idea what they're used for. I think you can actually turn them into Arrow of Darkness, but I don't remember. Well, that's a thing we should work on, is getting you the arrow creation skill. Oh, hey!
Sorry, my audio was having issues, but I fixed it.
Hey! Welcome in.
Hello, thank you.
Let me change up my sources here so that you're on display. Oh, wrong one. Wait a sec. Oh, do I have to do that first before it detects? What did I just do? Huh? Huh? You know what, I'll hit transition and hope that it fixes itself in a minute. I don't know if you're... Wait, maybe... Discord call group. It says it's there. I guess whenever you show up, you'll show up.
Mhm. Interesting.
Oh no, I came in here with the wrong character class in my head. I am so sorry. You are probably
Ooh.
SOL. Yeah,
I'm running.
I'll be back. The nice thing is with the warp NPC, we can get back in there really quickly.
Yeah, true.
Yep, Prince at Ami is currently in the chat. Let's see. I'm gonna heal myself here, sit down, and that'll give me a chance to actually take a look at OBS not inside of a dungeon.
I'm back on floor 1, currently being menaced by a bat.
You know what? That's valid.
Their eyes are soulless. And their wings even more so.
Why is this not reactive
Oh, if I
to detect
drag
aggro?
a bunch of enemies to the exit, I'm gonna troll some poor soul like someone did to me this morning in Payon Dungeon.
Oh, I've definitely done that to myself a few times. Okay, that's you. That's
Oh, God.
correct.
Oh, I'm gonna make it. Whew! Close call.
Why is this just not... Oh, that's Sleepy Josh. That's not the right one. Add... browser. Discord... Oh, Discord call group is the one. Cancel. Why is it... Okay, I can't fix that in a reasonable amount of time today. I'm so sorry.
That's alright.
What did I just do? Okay. Oh, nice. I completely destroyed my chat there. Got any card drops yet? Tonight? Let's see. No card drops on this playthrough for tonight's session in the last 2 hours. Although, earlier tonight I did... Let's see, what was it that I picked up? Storage, main storage, cards... I might not even have taken it off. We got that Boa card. I don't know what the other one was that I picked up. Oh, it must have been the... No, it wasn't a zombie. What was it? It was outdoors, too. Oh, Popo Ring. Like, relatively useless card. Detoxify is, like... Yeah, it is a skill and you can use it, but... How often does it actually come into play? Alright, back into the dungeon. Because I'm making good progress. In fact, I'm 1 level away from being able to get the next level of Spearman. Which I would also recommend grabbing yourself a hireling. Whether an archer
Yes.
or a tank.
That's a good idea.
Oh, I see the bat that was menacing you.
Yeah. Did you say these black mushrooms can sometimes drop something nice?
Yep. A little blue potion called Parvo del Nolarol. It's like radioactive blue too, so it's one of my... It's pretty close to the N in Sandwife. What color is it? N.
N.
Not quite W.
Wonder what the hexadecimal code for that is. N.
Uh-oh, look out.
Oh dear. Whew.
Angelus, that'll help. Give us both plus 300 health. I don't know what your base is, but I'm doing most of your health healed in a single heal at 600.
Right now my base is 1150.
Okay.
Because you used something on me, right?
Yep. So, yeah, about 700.
Nice.
Pulling tank on everything. I'm trying to think of like what card I would actually be going for. Gonna eat something and then launch the game? Ah, everybody's making me hungry.
Yeah.
Ayla just made food. You want to level up too? Yeah. I want to say that you're pretty close to the same level as 36.
Yes. In
Yeah.
fact, my base and job level are almost exactly the same now.
That's pretty uncommon.
Yeah.
I am so tempted to like see if I have a microwave burrito or something stuffed into the freezer. I guess next time I run out of mana and health, we'll take a short break. It'll be a good opportunity for me to refill my water and stuff. See, this situation right here is why you need a spearman. So
Yeah.
they will stop that from happening. Nice, that double strafe is really good.
It's nice. Costs a lot of SP, but it's nice.
Yeah, you can improve that. Like, what's your int at?
I have no points in it, so probably one.
Okay, yeah, if you like drop just 5 points into it, it'll improve by about 5 to 10%. And it'll
Gotcha.
also improve your the amount of recovery that you get from using mana recovery items. I'm about to die. Okay.
Okay. Do these things drop to 0 health and then not die?
No.
Okay, they just have bigger health pools than I've been seeing, I guess.
Sometimes they also spawn right on top of where the player is.
Oh,
So
yeah.
like while you're killing, oh geez, one sec. Let me. That's a lot all at once. Target only the skeletons. Oh,
Okay.
heal. Bloody hell.
Oh dear.
Yep. Well, we're back to this problem again. Okay, that marks my opportunity to go take a short break here.
Sounds good.
Let me park myself under the tree decoratively.
I'm gonna go get a higher length.
Yeah, do you want me to guide you over there?
It's just Prontera northwest corner, right?
Northwest corner, there's like a swordsman's academy, and right next to the front door, there's a person hanging out in the shade that's another soldier that's like a mercenary merchant or something like that. And they'll offer scrolls up to whatever your current level is, divided by 10. And it's capped every 5, so it's like 15, 25, 35, 45, etc.
Okay. And what's my quickest way back to Prontera?
Any Kafra should warp you to Prontera.
Oh, cool.
Let's see here. Check for bounty rewards. Check for bounty rewards. Already have all these tasks. Okay, well, let's see if I have any at the Eden Teleport Officer. If I can get one more level, that means I can go to Prontera and get the next level of scroll. There it is. 41 to 55. We are now on the next job board. Hunting
Nice.
mission. All. Hunting mission. Hunt all. Boya, do you have another mission for me? No? Nothing new from Boya. What about What are you doing here? Okay, I'll try. Little too weak to help. Okay, so I'm not quite the next level yet. But I do have a bunch of new stat points to spend here. What do I want to do? I know that I needed more dexterity because I started to miss things earlier. And let's also go for some more strength. And a bit of it. Eventually I want to put some luck into this build, but we're not quite there yet. But that did get me enough levels that I can now also go to Prontera via the adorable Miss Aperture. I love that her name is Aperture. She's the portal agent, so her name's Aperture. Whoa, where did I warp to? That'll work. At least I'm out of the crowd now.
Oh, I see what you mean, mercenary guild manager.
Yeah.
Tucked in the corner behind the wall.
Oh, there's somebody buying Rough Wind. I'm trying to think of what... I guess Hunter Flies drop those? But we're not even remotely high enough. Hunter Flies will beat the crap out of me until I'm like level 70. I'm getting there, but I'm not quite there yet. Like, I can barely fight the Steel Chonchons. Also, there's a mercenary guild merchant that'll sell potions and stuff for your mercenary. You can give them like improved attack speed or healing. So you're higher mercenary, and now it gets expensive because it's 55,000 to scroll.
Wow.
Oh, it looks like they actually gave me a discount. Higher mercenary.
That's for a third grade one?
35,000 for level 5.
Oh, gotcha. Should I get a fourth or a third grade?
Are you level 45?
Oh, no, I'm 36.
So you'll be capped at the 3rd tier.
Gotcha. Is that 25k? Oh, 21k.
Alright. No. Hire this one for now. Oh, I shouldn't have done that because I'm about to go take a short break. But I'll just hang out here outside the Swordsman's Guild. Filton, when you do get on, you'll also want to come here for your moving HP recovery quest? No, we have to do that in Islud. Never mind. But you'll need 200 bottles and moth wings. Remind me later to look in my inventory for moth wings, because I might actually have those stored. But let's jump in OBS here. We'll hide the puppy for a moment. Zoom in Ragnarok. And I'll be right back. Okay. I have refilled my tea. I have microwaved a burrito. I've acquired salami. And I've received a head pat. Courtesy of Padawan. Yuma. Rashla. Close enough. Either way.
Dude,
Wait, what is
I
that?
wandered away looking for the coffer person to dump storage so I can start regenerating HP, but then I got lost in all of the shops.
Western Gate, middle of the map.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Put this back. It's still not showing the Discord call group, which is really funny to me because like it's had all this time.
Interesting. Maybe
Yeah.
if I rejoin?
I don't think it's that. I think it may actually be OBS trying to protect me.
Mm-hmm. Is there a button to hide players?
No, there's no button to hide players. You can reduce their auras though. If you go into the chat and you type in /aura, it'll simplify the people that have like extra sparkles from being level 100 plus. It's one of the things that I usually leave off until I reach level 99, and then it's like, I earned this. But yeah, you'll see like people have the glowing aura and the sparkles around them. Those go away when you simplify. Oh, these people have Magitech armor. This is actually a thing that I love. The blacksmith upgrades all the way to having Magitech once you get high enough level. And here's an
Nice.
Asura, which is the higher level version of the monk. That's cool. Oh, another level of Angelus. Put that in there. Close am I? I'm 3 levels away. Well, we got these new contracts. I'm gonna make my way. Whoops. Actually, I should use a storage and drop some stuff off. Hey there, Filton. I should also be chewing on my burrito.
That person's afro has 3 colors. Looks like a hot air balloon.
Their afro is ace colored.
It is! It's cute.
Am I able to view their... We'll have to try viewing their equipment info when I get out of this menu. Seeing these goblins running around the city is terrifying to me. They're extremely high level. Okay. Zoom out. Wait, what? Why can't I right-click this person? In fact, I can't right-click anyone. No, I can right-click them, but not... Huh? It just shows me your name instead. What is happening? Huh. Okay.
Maybe I was standing too close.
No, like, if I highlight you, it shows your name in the right spot. If I highlight them, it shows your name. Like, something was weird about that player.
Interesting.
I'm gonna have to turn this down just a little bit. Oh, wait. Because I realized that my output audio is actually a little bit lower than the way that I end up hearing it during stream. Alright, I'm back outside the Orc Dungeon, just smacking stuff for now.
Okay.
Oof.
I'm teleporting. Huzzah.
Welcome. Oh, you dyed your hair.
I did?
Did
Did
you?
I? I don't think so.
Was your hair always that blonde?
Yeah?
Whoa. Okay. You should heal.
Thank
d-
you.
Do you have your contract?
No, I didn't get it yet.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I don't have Zenny though. Wait, what the heck?
Hmm?
What happened to my Zenny? I was at 31k and now I'm at 6k.
Warping.
Warping from the Eden group costs money?
Also warping to like Payon and Frontera and stuff like that. And
Yeah, that's only 2k, right?
and the contracts.
Yeah, like oh, you know what?
Hmm?
I went into the menu to get a 3rd grade mercenary, but I canceled instead of
Oh, gotcha.
going through, but it took my money anyway, I guess.
Yeah. Cool.
Should I go get one now, or?
I'd say go for it. It'll save us some time later.
Cool.
Plus, we're still chilling and waiting for Filton.
Alright.
What's this person got? Ooh.
Okay.
So I will be able to use Awakening Potions once I am a monk. It's just the Acolyte and the Priest can't use it. Interesting.
Wait,
Usable-
I can't teleport with this coffer employee?
Nope. But you can use, like your butterfly wings.
Oh, cool.
Swordsman, Merchant, Mage, Wizard, Rogue. Wizard? Oh, a Sage! A Sage would benefit from a Berserk Potion. Wait, no, that's not a... That's a Wizard. Not a Sage. What the... Why would you use a Berserk Potion as a Wizard? Do they have some sort of melee setup? Because there's no way to, like, cast a buff on yourself that quickly. Wait, what is a horn used for? This person's just selling random stuff. Although I will take all of... Well, I'll take 2 Yggdrasil leaves. We do need those fairly regularly. How am I on concentration? I'm good for now. Ooh, they have white potions here. I don't need white potions. I'm a acolyte. I have to remind myself I'm not playing my mage right now. Okay. Let's see. Runs into the dungeon, starts hitting things. Maybe I'll die. Who knows? Spearmen actually getting their pay today. Just took on 4 orcs at once.
Nice. I could take 4 orcs at
I
once.
knew the joke was gonna come through.
In a fight?
Hmm?
In a fight, right?
In a bite? Misclicked a butterfly and died. Well,
Oh no!
might be a bit too weak for this zone then. So close.
Alright.
Look, Filton, if you had the dexterity to hit them in the first place, you wouldn't need to be afraid of them.
Where the fuck is my spear person? Oh, it's a scroll.
You double click it and it's a 30-minute contract.
Got it. There they are.
Nice.
Excellent.
You got a whole party. Let's see. Give you this and this. Same. Mm-hmm. 15 plus 2 dexterity. I have 29 plus 16. Oh. Alright. True, I am at a higher level. But I also only just put 4 more points into it, so I was at 25 before. And I haven't adjusted my dexterity in like 30 levels until just this most recent one. I haven't needed to, because I've had perfect hit until now. Okay, let's see here. Do a /leave to leave the party with the mage, and I'll invite you into this one. Has already joined another party. There we go. Cool. Fairly widespread on the level spectrum here. I'm trying to think of what would be like. Payon Dungeon probably. Doing a group run of the 2nd level with the soldier skeletons. Holy cow. That's Spearman. Oh no. Okay, I healed you.
Thank you. I was like, I gotta burst this down.
That actually worked. Good job.
Thanks for saving me.
Mm-hmm.
See, I told you I could take 4 orcs at once. I think that was like 6 though, to be fair.
It is chaos having 4 players here at once, and it's only 2.
Oh my god.
Are you out of arrows?
Arrows? I think I'm out of arrows. Oh.
Quivers.
Yes.
I'm about to die.
Here we go. Ah, shit. Okay, I can't help you, can I?
Maybe. Do you have a Yggdrasil leaf?
What is that? Oh god.
Green leaf. It'll be in your normal inventory top row or top tab, and it's an item used for. You don't need to keep healing your full health.
Oh yeah. Oops. I was just spamming. Okay. Inventory items. It would be top row
or top tab. One of these.
Right. Doesn't look like it.
Okay. Well, I will head to Payon then. And we'll
Did that
switch up.
kill your mercenary contract? Shit.
No biggie.
It's unfortunate.
That was actually one of the lower level ones. We're about to do the level 55 ones next. Although I might
Oh, yeah,
swap
true.
for an archer. Let's see here. I'm running short on money. We might have to do a stem run off the air later, just so I can get more money. Or Mandragora. Maneater blossoms are... Actually, that's not a bad idea, because you're an archer. You can shoot them from afar. You could do Maneater blossoms without ever coming close to an enemy. Well, we would still have to deal with the killer mantis, and those are like level 60. I'm thinking. Filton got a new sword, a new dagger that has absurdly high damage, but can't be used against the undead. So I'm like, I want to go to Payon Dungeon, and I realized, no, that's not going to help because all the enemies are going to be resistant to the damage type there. So instead, let me check something here. Okay. Come back. Yes, thank you, Gravity, for the air handler. I appreciate it so much. We are looking for monster killer mantis. Renewal. They are somehow level 141. That doesn't sound correct. Go back. Let's try Mantis.
Alright, I'm meeting you in Payon, right?
Maybe not. I'm still seeing here.
Okay.
Geffen Field 20. Mjolnir. Okay, so those are the ones I'm thinking of. Go to Renewal. Level 65. 269 to 345 attack with a max health of 2,700. Those are a little high level for us still. And this is why I look these things up. Because that would have wiped the party instantly.
It's a
Biolan. We'll go to the underwater dungeon outside Islud. Everybody teleport to Islud. Kafra employee will take you to Prontera, and then from there we can either walk to Islud or warp. Ugh, there's so many people in here. Oh, all the bunnies. All the bunnies. You know, I'm just gonna walk. This is absurd. Wow. Nope. Yeah, close enough. I love the ability to teleport at will. I have a card that has... Right, I have a glove that is a cat paw, and it has a creamy card, the butterflies that keep killing you. And it gives you the ability to cast teleport level 1, so you don't need to carry fly wings anymore, so that doesn't take up nearly as much of your inventory space, and your carry weight just relies on your mana instead. And for scampering around, like, it's such a fast cast that you can even use it to escape things when you're being mobbed. Alright, I will meet you folks at the upper right of Islud, next to the boat that we all started at, actually. We're going to take that same boat to leave.
Okay.
Another level of Angelus. I'm glad that I didn't keep devoting points into Demon Slayer, because, like, yeah, it'd be nice, but Angelus is actually benefiting the whole party. Trying to find a Kafra. Alright. We'll see when you get here.
I'm gonna dump some stuff in storage too.
Yeah, I'm realizing I should probably consider some recovery items, or at least some mana recovery items.
Mm-hmm.
That. Oh, cancel. No teleports. Alternatively, Philton, you could use an Eden teleport officer and miss apertures on the left side of the Eden group room, and she'll also teleport you to Prontera, no matter where you are. Ooh, Hinala leaflets. That's a good idea. I'm gonna grab, let's see, 50 of those? Nice. Put the novice potions away. Apparently I can't. I don't need the Mistela fruit wine. Don't need this bowl. Don't need these strawberries. Ice cream, is that mana? That's health. Royal jelly, milk, rainbow carrot. Mercenary berserk potion. My mercenary is not high enough level for that. Hunting arrows. I didn't realize I had it. Ooh, mercenary awakening potion. We'll grab a few of those. And Mothwing. You're currently in Islid. Good. I'm in the middle of Islid. I'm just talking to the Kappa right now.
Me too.
And the answer is no Mothwing. What is that noise? It's
Yeah,
a
right?
Scaraba. Oh, okay. Alright. Heading northeast. Moo, I'm a goat. Plop. Plop. Are
Okay,
you...
how do I open these quivers?
Double click.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Somehow that wasn't working. I guess I was just dragging it by accident.
Yeah, if your mouse is moving like more than just half a degree, it'll end up messing with the ability to actually use items.
Gotcha.
Giving Filton a pet incubator to bring back the little slime that had to be turned back into an egg earlier today so it wouldn't die.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we are going to talk to the sailor down below, the one at the bottom, and say we want to go to Biolan Island. 150 zenny. And there's another coffer here that you can use storage at if you need to. And I'll take these. Swap those in. Okay. And the actual dungeon is further, and we have to get all the way around the eye socket and down the bridge of the nose to get inside. Don't have any food on you now for the pet. Okay. And none in the storage either? Because that was a coffer right there at the entryway. Having the storage. Okay, well, if you decide that you want to do that, we can. Cast that, and that. And this. Orizaro. Oh, you went too far. Come back around. So you have to go down the middle of the forehead. Unfortunately, you can't jump off the ledge there. Okay. Yay. And here we go.
Ooh.
Everything here is water elements, so if you have thunder arrows, they should do extra damage, or wind arrows.
Gotcha. I only have silver, stone, and crystal.
Okay. Crystal will do no damage to most targets here then.
Gotcha.
Oh, where'd our swordsman go? There we go. But this is actually a dungeon for swordsmen, so
Nice.
it'll be stuff that caters well to their skill set. I like coming through here because when you get far enough into the dungeon, you get to fight mermaids.
Ooh.
Hydra. Heal. Oh, let me make certain that party setup. Yep, I have to change it back to even share. There we go. That's insidious that they've got it set up that way. Give everybody some extra max health. Hello, moth. God, those furious plankton are huge. Also gained 1,710 experience for that.
Nice.
Okay. Crunch. Wait, how do we get in here? Oh, it's up there. Let me know if either you need healing or buffed.
I do like no damage. I swapped to crystal. Is that even worse than silver?
Crystal's worse. Crystal will do no damage because they'll have elemental resistance to water. Crystal is a water arrow.
Oh, is silver fine?
Silver's fine, it's holy.
Okay, cool.
Iron will also do the same amount unless they have a weakness to holy.
Okay. There we go. I was doing like 20% damage, jeez.
Oh, I leveled up. Let's see. More agility, more strength. I feel like there's something I'm forgetting. And I don't know what. Hmm. Oh, mercenary potion and my concentration potion. That would be it. Both of you spamming the red potion. Wait, is this the entrance? This is the entrance again. Whoops, we went in a
No.
circle.
What if we held hands and shared a red potion? Just kidding. Unless?
Huh? Got more marinas. Aw, Vilton. Cute. Also, the drops here were decent money. When you get things like the tentacles, those ones can actually be used for certain recipes as well. So sometimes they'll sell on the open market for about 20 grand. It's just very rare that you'll come across somebody actually needing those. So I usually just hold on to them. These hydras are so annoying. If you manage to get a Hydra card, they're a very good drop, so they're worth killing.
Ooh.
It's plus 15% damage to demi-human race monsters, which means PvP.
Ooh. What's PVM? Is that versus monster?
Yeah, same thing. Player versus monster. But like demi-human would be any demi-human type monsters. So like if you fight, there's a laboratory full of actual doppelgangers and clones of the various character classes, and they're terrifyingly powerful.
That makes sense.
So having the demi-human card is good for that. It's good for just like basic PvP. Nice. Combining the enemies, or combining our attacks against the enemy's flee rate is making it so everybody's able to hit, even with lower dexterity.
Nice.
Let's see. Give myself blessing as well. Oh no! Use the scroll! I can just cast that for free, but the scrolls, you can't make any new ones.
Oh no.
Nice. We deal like the same damage. Oh, that's
wait,
terrifying! That's so scary
Holy.
when you do that! That's
Oh
that
my God.
knife.
It felt son.
Just a little possessed.
That's
Just a little.
incredible. Oh my God.
Our paladin is actually the host to some giant terror site. Just a cute little monster.
Sneaky little monster. Ooh.
Oh well.
Oh, whoa. Notices your hidden monster. Oh, whoa. What's this?
lot of items. Ow!
Bork.
Nice. Got 2 more levels to go, and then I can start working on my monk. It's gonna be so cool.
Nice. Okay, what level should I... Is my next job dancer? And what level should I do that?
Job level 50.
Okay.
Yeah, you're on the same task as I am, is get to job level 50.
Got it.
This room also has like really good built-in music.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, out of mana. Damn it. What do I have? Nothing that recovers mana. Okay, well. Attack is last time.
I could trade you a couple strawberries.
Nah. I feel very wrong eating strawberries in this. Like, they're very valuable.
Oh my god. That snake-like monstrosity.
It's called a giant face worm.
It's amazing. And it gives me feelings I don't know how to properly absorb.
What? Did not expect to be able to string together a party so quickly. This is awesome. That's a bunch of kukure. Wow. Man.
Nice.
I'm trying to think if the swordsman gets any other, like, animation for their equipment, or if it's always the guard shield. Like, if I were to hand you the illusion shield, would it show it at all? Because I don't think it does. Yeah, it doesn't show my illusion shield at all. Okay. I cannot see who I'm buffing. There we go. Out of mana. But hey, we made it to the next dungeon level. Sit for a second here and let my mana recover.
Gives me a chance to allocate some more stat points.
Yeah, always a good time to like double check your stats, see if you got any skill points that you didn't notice you grabbed. And oh, I keep meaning to check for a better weapon to see if I can equip one of the stone tablets or Bibles or something. I should have snagged that off of my sage. Because I want to say that the Acolyte and the Monk are both able to use it as well. And just beating things with a rock is so hilarious to me.
Mhm.
Little hearts.
Cute.
Oops. Let's see here. I need to change that
Ooh.
one from sweat drop to slash hoe. There we go. Love the alt 1 through 10 commands. They're cute. I rotate. All of the hirelings are stacked up on top of me specifically, and I don't know why.
Aw.
Screen. In fact, stepping tool. I'm gonna snag a photo of this real quick. Cute. Let's see here. Go over to Discord. Go over to here. Go over to gaming. And I post a little party photo. Cute. Okay. I'm about decent on mana. I have to rebuff everyone. It's just gonna kill my mana again. And that is all my mana again. But we're fully buffed, so. Jeez, that Spearman does 500 damage a hit. Just run away. Wait, what is... I'm so confused by the map for this one. There's only one way around. Okay. We went the wrong way.
Oh.
Let's see here. Heal.
Should we
Get
turn
everybody-
back or?
Nah, we'll just keep
Alright.
cruising through. It's good experience. None of the stuff is like all that much higher level. Oh, let's see. And anything in here that we do fight has a decent chance of dropping relatively good cards, honestly. One of the ones later in this dungeon will be the Marine Sphere, which one of the folks watching earlier today was recommending we grab is a blast clip, and it allows any class to be able to use the Magnum Break skill that Filton's using as a swordsman, so even the archer can knock things back and enchant their weapon with fire.
Oh, nice. That sounds useful.
Put it on a character with like moderately decent intelligence, and they can actually do a lot of damage with it. Bunch of items over here.
Ooh. You are quite solid, aren't you?
Got a lot of health.
That's a beefy boy.
You know, seeing the 3 players doing about 2,000 damage every couple of seconds, we actually could potentially take on the killer mantises. It would just be very dangerous the whole time.
Is that the bottom floor of this dungeon?
No, that's an area that I was considering going to separately where the man-eater blossoms also drop, and those are worth 3,000 zenny on the open market to 5,000 zenny. That was how I just made 1,000,000 zenny today, was selling man-eater blossoms specifically. And once I hit about level 65, it's nearly guaranteed that I can actually keep us tanked there. Although hopefully by then I will already have my monk stats up. Still 2 levels to go. About to be 1 level to go, actually. Let's see, heal you, heal you. It's about time for everybody to get their agility back up and blessings. Oh, out of mana. Okay. I guess we'll head west from here. I did not think it would take quite this long to get to level 50, but I guess we are also now splitting the experience down to 1/3.
Mm-hmm.
We are fighting stuff a lot quicker, though. It's nice. There's that level up. Okay, 1 more to go. That also caps out Angelus, and I'll get 1 more ability to drop into something. What do I want to put that into? I guess I could learn teleport. You needed a blessing, and I need a blessing. Okay. Let's see. Oh yeah, that is like a negligible amount of experience coming into my job level 49.
Oh yeah. I'm assuming you just get higher level enemies.
Yeah, basically 3.4%. It's that or you just kill a lot more enemies. Because I'm getting 0.3% per kill, which means about 1,000 enemies. Or no, about 300 enemies. See, that's one of the weirder things about Ragnarok numbers game in my head is I'll sit down and calculate how many hours I have left of grinding at the current rate of killing things and be like, oh yeah, I just need to kill 20,000 more of this thing to reach level 98.
Yeah.
And that's a normal thought to have in Ragnarok.
Yeah. That's wild. That's like hitting a tree in RuneScape. And you're like, cool. 1,000,000 more of these.
Yep, exactly. Let's see, give myself a blessing and Angelus for everyone.
Nice.
That health bonus is super nice. What is it at now? I'm curious. Plus 500 health for 5 minutes.
Nice.
I need to especially remember to consistently cast it on the party while Filton's in the party because he has Vit defense naturally as part of his character class. And so it'll benefit him even more. He can just get raw damage reduction. Speaking of... These nippers are good money. And the garlets are actually money for or not money, they're food for the homunculus. Hey, congrats on the level.
Can't hit it. There we go. snake. I'm a snake. I'm a literal snake.
I lost my pet. There. I did not mean to attack that mushroom. That's not it. Little dungeon. Once we get to this next floor, I'm actually probably going to turn off the background music and switch to the in-game because I think it's a different song. I could be wrong. It might be that Bioland Dungeon just has the same music all the way through. Or no, I want to say that like once you get to the underwater part, it changes. We're getting close.
Should have changed to
I can hear the sound of Sonic running out of air now. Thanks.
You're welcome. And I'm sorry. Oh, right, Eris.
At some point, I'll remember to actually teach myself the warp portal spell. It allows you to store specific locations anywhere in the world. So you can specify a certain part in a certain map and be like, I want to go here and leave a portal that my friends can go through as well.
Ooh, nice.
You get stunned. Ah. Blessing, blessing, Angelus, blessing, heal, heal, heal. There we go. Heal, heal. I'm not the best support priestess. I'm punchy wife who happens to pack lunch in her bag.
I am Bo McShooty. I shoot Bo.
One of my friends actually named their character Chain parenthesis Gun because the sound of Blitz beat on a sniper.
Nice.
Okay, I'm gonna go to this portal here. Oh, let's see. We lost Tilson. There we go. Ah, the Hydras.
Ooh, yeah.
So annoying.
Right at the entrance.
I'll just let my spearmen attack them.
Whoa. That thing is sensitive.
Yeah. Okay. Obiun.
Ooh, mermaids.
Yep. Mermaid's Hearts. These are another high value on the open market kind of thing. Also, Obiun cards are good. Oh. Under the sea. Under the sea. Alright, I was gonna switch music here. Let's see. Sound config. Background music back on. Go over here. Pause this. I'll turn this up just a little bit. It is absurd how sensitive the audio is here. Oh. Heal. Yes. Yes! Ranged healing. I'm out of mana. Dang it. I need to sit. Did my mercenary contract expired? I actually used up the entire duration of the mercenary contract. Usually I don't have them survive the whole duration, so hey. Yay!
It's something to celebrate.
I gotta recover my mana so I can buff everybody. It's interesting that I can't see the increased HP recovery like pop-up numbers on Filton's character right now. Usually I can. Oh, it's telling me that your blessings run out. That's cool that I'm getting notifications on that too.
Yeah, I'm getting that too. Blessing canceled. Canceled is what it says.
I found a two-handed axe at some point? Hold up. Hey lady, you want to use the magnifier? There we go. What did I find here? Battle axe. Weight 150, attack 80. That is terrible. No, get that out of my hand. That thing's only worth like 1200. It's not remotely worth the amount it's weighing me down. Adorable. Let's see. Okay, ready to go. Mars. I like Mars. They're cute.
Yeah, they are. They look tasty.
They do. I need to cast this on myself. There we go. Now I punch much faster. There we go. I'm getting 0.4 now for each kill down here.
Hey, that's more than 0.3 if my math decreases.
Wait, how did you... Filton got knocked out while sitting, and so the character's just asleep on the ground.
Wait.
There we go.
Interesting.
Yeah.
They weren't quite close enough. Darn.
Oh, I cannot wait for you to get some of the larger area of effect attacks like that.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if there's a item that'll actually increase the radius of Arrow Shower. I guess by default, like the Bahamut or Baphomet card would do so, but I just got muted. Also, this the symbol here of the 3-dot ellipsis thing is actually like my yeah, it's my favorite version of representing silence in a game. And I've legitimately considered actually animating it as an emote for in this, and putting that over my mouth on my Talkie Dog emote as a hey bitch, you're muted.
That's funny.
Are we
come,
good?
Come help.
Yeah, yeah.
Solid. Cornutus.
I think I just healed the boss.
Oh.
Nope, that was Filton. Okay, you were just taking some serious damage during that.
Yeah.
He went one sec. My AC just
at the end.
Turned off.
Oh, it was badass.
I am very overheated. Oh, did I just level up? No? Why am I... Oh, I'm not at full. My mercenary is. I was like, what the heck just happened here? Alright. My concentration potion ran out, though. Those are good to stay up on.
Oh yeah, I should drink one.
Once you hit 40, you can actually switch to awakening potions if you have the right class for it.
Meat.
It's actually really good healing. Like, way better than red herbs and potions.
Nice.
Wait, okay. How do we get down there?
Just in the water, yeah. Oh. Here we go.
Refresh that one for everyone. Oh, I actually had a quest for Mars, so I need one more.
Nice.
And then there's an Obayun up there, of course. Oh,
That's a lot of enemies.
I took a dab at the worst moment. I couldn't talk during any of that.
Welcome back.
Yeah. Wow. Here comes more. Did they just mute me?
But wait, there's more. Colin now, and we'll double your horrifying mermaid monstrosity for free.
If you call now, we'll double your offer with twice the tentacles and 3 times the terror.
And a free ticket on the Siren Cruise.
Oh, I love this. The fire's glitching and coming through the rock now. My graphics card has not enjoyed trying to render this. Filton, how are you alive? Like, I get that you're a tank, but dang. need to take you to the Komodo. What was it? Komodo Fields. There's a certain
Mhm.
enemy called Grove that drops like 3 different types of healing items, and it's perfect for a character like yours. Just nonstop healing available all the time. You kill something, it drops more healing for you.
We need to just hook Filton up to a permanent IV drip of potions.
Heal. Oh no, I'm still out of mana. Someday we'll get a Carvo.
Someday.
You actually feel like little skirmishes every time when we get into like 5v5.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna get my next base level before I get my job level. This is ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
One sec. Gotta let my character recover. Too far from the person to trade. Fine. Oh, I can't trade while sitting? Maybe? Yep, I can't initiate a trade while sitting. Got it. Okay, when you get to these Hina leaflets, don't spam them. They're actually much higher level healing.
Okay.
Oh. Quest to deal with.
Oop.
You're too far away.
I'm trying not to move, sorry.
Okay, and 20 to you. These are equivalent to like a yellow potion. If you have decent vitality, they're more equivalent to a white potion. So they're pretty high healing.
Okay.
Alright.
So I will not chug them like Mountain Dew.
Yeah. I'm gonna focus on putting more of the buffs on the swordsman, just because we're gonna need to have that tank.
Mm-hmm.
We made it back to the starting area here. Let's see. Oh, that's not the route. How do we get up there? Oh, hey, I have not been paying attention to what we're walking through. I'm so sorry. I just been watching the map as we walked. Ooh, aquamarine. Three of them. Okay. I cannot wait to get increased mana recovery with meditation. It's gonna be so much better than this. Because I don't have to stop constantly. We should upgrade that sword. I just realized we can. It'll take some Iridicon to do it. Hopefully not something like Bradium. I realize that means absolutely nothing to people that have never played Ragnarok. Also, we walked the wrong way for getting to the next zone. Let's see. I'm gonna turn around. I slapped this mushroom.
Oh no, it's just a crystal blue. I thought we got the
Crystal blue is good.
first.
You can use the Wind of Verdure, Crystal Blue, I can't remember, Green Live, and there's one for Fire, and I can't remember what that one's called. But the different elemental stones, each of them with arrow creation gives you 250 of that arrow with that element. So basically we just found a crystal arrow quiver in the making.
Nice.
Grass on a level. Just a whole group of adventurers all beating up one mermaid.
Reminds me of a TV show called Life Below Zero about living in practically Arctic conditions and
Yeah.
the family gathering around the hole for the seal to come up with all the kids gripping clubs.
Wow.
Yeah. They're like, alright, get ready to hit it when it comes up for air.
Yeah, when you're trying to live.
Yep. The way we're all gathered around the one thing, just bopping it on the head.
Yeah. Yo, that's base level though. That's not the job level. I guess more agility, more int. I'm gonna be nearly level 60. This is silly. Alright, time to go make choices.
I never make choices. This game.
That's so little for that. Alright, here we go. Most of the things here are much higher levels, so we'll want to continue grouping our attacks. Yep.
Oh.
Also, the stuff here is very good value. If you do come across an orb floating around, we'll want to attack it quickly and as a group. Otherwise, it will explode with a level 30 Magnum break and probably kill you.
Wow. If I see one, I'll shout orb.
An orb! Orb on the horizon! I'm so glad my dexterity is letting me just hit these.
Yeah.
Well, in your case,
Oh God!
that was one of the other abilities that you'll see here. Since we're underwater, enemies use the ability Water Ball, which is usually worthless. It is super powerful here. Should buy Wind Converter.
That was incredibly terrifying.
Thank you for the recommendation, Divish. I most likely actually have a Zephyr Spear sitting around that I can hand over to our swordsman. Converter lasts 20 minutes these days. Oh, that's a lot better. It used to be like just 5 minutes. Oh, there's a Marine Sphere. So this is an example of what they look like.
Gotcha.
Got it. Apparently I have a quest for those. Experience just got a lot higher here. Used to be 3 minutes? Oh, jeez.
Nice.
Heal. Heal. Angelus. Heal. Out of mana. Okay. What else we got?
Whoa, what's hitting me?
Hydra.
Oh, right.
Swordfish.
I got swordfish. Whew. I'm just gonna...
Oh, oh, who got hit? I can't even see. Okay, I got you. No biggie. Sorry that you went crunch.
There we go. It's in the chat.
Bugs in the chat. That swordfish just went right for you, walked right past me.
I think there was a pillar between that you ducked right behind, so it couldn't quite see you.
Everybody a health buff here. Come on, how much longer? Oh, that's it. I'm job level 50. I can do it now. I can change over.
Nice.
Now I have to go find out what they need from me for that. Because the tier 2 jobs are a little bit different. Instead of just talking to a random NPC that's like, oh, yep, you're converted now, there's usually a small storyline-based quest.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, we at least reached our level goal for the evening, which is good.
Nice.
3.5 hours. Not bad, honestly. For that Ragnarok grind. I think we'll just kind of hang out here until... Oh, heal, heal, heal. There we go. Kind of hang out here until we manage to run out of mana and health. But right now, doing pretty well.
Great.
Provoke. That's a elusive fen. Higher dodge.
Mm,
Nice. No fen card though.
there's a sphere.
Sphere.
Orb!
Or a tendon. Oh, that's a whole squad.
Oh,
I don't know what just happened. Oh, I just got crunched. Nope, wasn't me. It was Filton. Oh no.
oh
Okay.
no.
Let's see. Big Drowsy Leaf. Ah, it just targeted you.
Oh my god. Okay.
Well, there goes that one.
Shit.
4,000 down the drain. That's a full teleport. Oh, I just realized it's the cost of a teleport. That makes sense.
Uh, oh. I just
The,
teleported. What the heck?
the swordfish hate you.
Yeah, they do. Who knew that the natural enemy of the swordfish
Was an
was the bow
archer.
bunny?
The bow bunny. The swordfish and the bow bunny.
Rivalry as old as time.
Tale as old as fishing line.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh, hi, Mark.
I have nothing to do with this, Mark. Uh-oh. Run.
Oh, that's a lot.
Yeah, it's more than I can handle. We're about to wipe. Yep, we're about to wipe.
Ooh.
Yeah, they got me with the water ball. Okay. That was fun. Well,
Oh, God, swordfish.
that was bound to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Ruok. Ability to detect invisibility. I appear to also be repeatedly kicking a spider web. That's kind of annoying that they decided to stick it where I usually put my feet every night. Okay. Now I have to go look up what the current quest is for priest job change. Oh, I don't want priest. I want monk. Visit the Monk Abbey, Prontera Monk, located one map east, one map north, and 2 maps east of Prontera. Alternative map is go to Prontera Church. In the northeastern corner of Prontera, go to the room to the right-hand side and talk to Priest Praupen, ask him what should I do, then go to the convent. Talk to Guardian Monk, talk to Sensei. If you meet qualifications, he'll give you church test. Item collecting. Sensei will give you one of the following quests. One of 7 different sets of items, and they're all annoying. Once items have been collected, remember, return to the Sensei. You'll be directed to... Wow, I don't think I've actually done a monk quest. Let's see. Remember one of the following. Shepherd's... Oh, jeez. She'll read an entire passage out before allowing you to recite it. There's no penalty for failing. You can simply retry the test. Once complete, you'll be sent to Buhai. We'll give you the option of 2 tests, Marathon and Mushroom Collecting. Only reason to choose Marathon over Mushroom is lack of agility or concentration potion. Later, the player may return to change the test if it's needed. Wow, this is a bit of a set of things. Holy cow.
Oh god. Okay, good. I thought I'd like stored my Eden group mark or something because I couldn't find it, but I found it.
Whoa. This person is buying Wind of Verdure and Crystal Blue for 2,000 apiece. Game crashed. Ah.
Oh no.
Philson, you are having a night of it. Okay, so this first thing we're going to need to do is go to the Prontera Abbey. So let's see. Khafra, teleport, Prontera. And I'm also going to save this character in Eastern Prontera because there's a nice little inn there. Wow, that is a lot of people selling stuff. I haven't actually looked at these shops in quite a while. Thank you, Stream Elements. Yeah, folks, feel free to join in on the Discord. We do community votes as to what we're going to play for the evening, and I try to do those at least once weekly, although recently I've had too many other specific projects or specific games that I've wanted to play. Also, this... I don't know if you folks
allowed to play what you want.
Oh.
What kind of streamer are you? Cave to the demands of the people.
I mean, that is why we do community votes.
Fair.
Now, I'm gonna turbo my way across the continent here, so following me is gonna be a bit of a challenge.
Okay.
Since I have the ability to teleport. Although my character's navigation sense is certainly leaving something to be desired.
Mm-hmm. I've noticed. The pathing is spicy.
Yeah, when you do the swordsman's test, not the knight's test, but the swordsman's test in the original version of the game, they would actually make you do a walking puzzle, and it was just don't walk on these certain squares or you'll fail the test. And it's basically get good at pathing. Okay, I know
that was not aggravating whatsoever.
It wasn't too bad. Like, for me, it did teach me the fundamentals of pathing in this game, and like the fact that it can be aggravating, and if you're not paying attention to where you're going and how you're going somewhere, you can easily end up where you don't want to be. And if other players are used to just kind of like meandering aimlessly and haven't paid attention to that, whoa, what are you? Oh, it's a monkey. Okay. What What was I just saying? Oh, for characters like the gunslinger or the hunter, it allows for interesting use of trap skills that will push players around. I'm sorry, I'm having some pain. I'm gonna mute for a sec. Oh, that hurts. Okay. I don't know. I wish I did. Entomologist. Have you heard about the horn monster? It's shaped like an insect with black, sleek skin and has a giant horn on the head. Recent research came out and showed that this monster can be tamed and trained by honey. I'm currently studying and trying to prove this theory, so I plan to set up a honey trap on the way he usually passes and observe the reaction. Here's some honey. You're not Deshin's delivery person? I'm waiting for a special delivery. Oh, okay, well, good luck with that then. I'm gonna teleport across this map.
Hmm? Oh my god, I've never seen the Thinkja emote before. That is something else.
St. Capitolina Abbey, which I believe is where I'm supposed to be. Slash where? Frontera Monk. Okay, yep, I'm in the right spot. Who am I talking to then? Monk job change. Guardian Monk, Frontera Monk, 59247. Oh, this fella. What business do you have here? If you wish to enter the sacred area, you must give me your name and job level. Now please tell me your name and job level. Okay. Sandwife? Did I say it right? Okay, and your job level is 50, correct? Very well. Why have you come here, Sandwife? I wish to become a monk. You seem as though you've been training for this. That is good. Go see our Sensei Muhai. Speak with him. We will help you and start your training. Okay. I wish I could warp you folks to me.
Mm-hmm.
Margaret, shrines and convents have a very close relationship. They come to help us like this frequently. What does that mean? What does it mean? There's white things in the air. What's this? There's flag tiles everywhere. What's this? Need to be level 50 to become a knight. Yep. Or level 40, but I would recommend going all the way to 50. Cleopa Verse. Looks like you've learned quite a lot as an acolyte. I hate to admit it, but you're too good for me to call you a rookie anymore. Okay. Won't get the quest for items collection. That would be nice. I know they started doing a prestige thing like that. But it wasn't applied to every class. So very exhausted. Can you help me carry my stuff? Please. Okay, so the next one is... Oh, enter the warp. 245-106. I went too far. Oh, no, I didn't go far enough. Okay. So, somewhere down here. I don't know who that is. This is not who I was told to talk to. Let's see if I'm supposed to anyway. May you rest in peace. I'm not dead, though. Okay, I'm definitely not where I'm supposed to be at the moment. Greetings, you seem to be on a pure path. Come in, come in. What can I do for you today? I sense a fighting spirit. Do you wish to become a monk? I want to punch things!
Yeah.
There are still those who wish to follow the old ways. Such a delicate flower. I am pleased to see your will to join us. Oh, you are the new pupil that wishes to join us. Well, there are a few things you should know prior to beginning your training. We monks are on a path of inner peace and enlightenment. We strive to bring such peace to all others with great care. By punching things! We monks achieve this from mental and physical training. We search for enlightenment in our surroundings and in nature. It's of course important to always keep our... This is not an easy life, and the true test of becoming a monk is having the ability to endure all of which I said. The life of a monk is not for everybody. Only those strong enough can become a monk. Now you understand all of this. Prepare yourself to train your strength and spirit. Let us start with a simple task. 5 solid shell, 20 shell, 5 Zargon. Find these items and return to me. Don't look at me like that. This is a test of your abilities. If you're unable to return to these items... Okay. 5 solid shell, 20 shell, and 5 Zargon. What drops solid shell? Hunterfly, Mantis, Scorpion, Horn. Alright, we'll go outside and get it from the horn. It's doable, it's just frustrating.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm all stuffed up now from that sneeze.
Feel better.
Oh.
Okay, so now I have to go chew on some beetles. These ones specifically. Oh geez, the monkey noises. Time to have an inventory full of monkey tails. What's the experience? It's not even good experience. And of course, they keep casting Provoke on me. Skill cannot be cast. Horn, shell. Well, none of those are solid shells. Those are all just shells so far, but it's only... Oh, that is some of the worst drop rates. I have to get 5 of these. It has a 0.71% chance to drop. Let me make certain I'm looking at renewal. Chaos. Update. The Cornutus that we were just fighting, they would have them. Whoop, wrong button. So that makes me wonder. Oh. Thank you for the follow, hun. Appreciate the support. Faceworm larva, of course, level 145. Yeah, that's something that I want to fight at level 50. That seems like a great idea. Tri-joints, those are kind of outside my capability. And they only have a 3.81% chance to drop. It looks like Cornutus at 10%. Let's take a look here. Solid shell. I already have 5. Okay, that makes things a little bit easier. I need shell. I cannot organize these in my head very well. Need 20 of those. I have 6 so far. This is much more doable then. Okay. I could not remember what they looked like, to be honest. Like, there's so many different item icons. And like being able to identify the difference between feather and bird feather, because those are 2 separate items. Oh, I forgot that the monkeys have a chance of dropping strawberries. That's handy. Oh, jeez. Okay. So what does that put me at? 8. Make that 9. We teleport. Bug. Oh, blue plant. Haven't seen one of those in a minute. Potpourri card can be put onto any accessory that has a slot. Um, so the items go in the bottom 2 inventory slots. And it can be used to cast Detoxify on yourself. If you're fighting enemies that use poison a lot, it can be handy, but usually poison fades so quickly that you can just kind of ignore it. TLDR, not that useful of a card. Not all cards have a great use.
I just got an Archer Skeleton card. Does that have a
Ooh,
use?
that do. Yeah, right click on any given card to take a look at the stats, and if you click on the view card button that shows up with those, you can look at the artwork. Right. Puts us at what? 14. Okay. Oh, cruising along. Yeah, right-clicking on any of the items in the game will usually give you a little descriptor and a special picture of it.
Okay, if you use it once, is it gone for good?
The card?
Yeah.
The card goes into an object and is bound to that object. There are ways to remove cards from their slots once they've been put in, but it will destroy the item in the process. You get to choose one or the other, but not both.
Gotcha.
These drop garlets, not Zargons. In fact, it may be easiest. Ha! I do know an easier way to do this. That's funny. Character select. We're gonna go to somebody that's in town, has some money, and can go to Geffen real quick. Main character, save me. Ooh, maybe not. Well, where's the Eden Group? Eden Group, take me to Prontera. We're using the sneaky method of getting around. Thank you, Aperture. Okay, what I don't have right now is a teleport clip, so I have to be a little less ridiculous about how often I hit the teleport button. But she's only got fly wings in hand. Okay. Geffen. There's a little shop in Geffen for alchemists. Yep, exactly. Divish figured it out. I'm going to the alchemist shop in Geffen, where you can go buy Zargon because you're normally supposed to feed them to a certain homunculus. That's a cat paw. Nope. How many was it that I needed? Oh, go forward. 5. Okay. Okay. One day login reward. I forgot I had those. Send. Go back over here. We check our Rodex. Got mail from myself. Download it. Delete the letter. And then we run back up here. That was a lot easier. It's frustrating when they do that to you, especially say that this is your first character, because it's not, obviously. I have a whole stack of them there. But what if this was your first and you had to like leave this area, go find somewhere else to find those items, because like say that you need to get those solid shells and you hadn't already gone to buy a land dungeon where something has a 10% drop rate for it. Also, wow, my graphics card. I'm gonna have to close the game real quick and open it back up. Um, but yeah, like we just happen to have the exact amount of solid shells necessary because we went to buy a land, and I did not think that through. Jump back in here. Wait, what? The way too dank? I should have got myself chocolate today. Not that I need it. Oh, your chat was bugged. Okay. Back over here, pause then. Back over here. Weird.
Weird.
I like the DGE. I'm walking through your gardens. I'm not using your flagstones. I recast my increased agility though. I've been waiting on you. How can you think this to be done? You don't have what I asked for. 5 solid shell, 20 shell, 5 Zargon. Wait, what? 5 Zargon? Oh, I didn't get... Oops. 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 I needed 2 more. Hey, Ami, can you mail me 2 shells? Oh wait, no, you wouldn't have them either. Oh no! I extra hit the wrong button.
Oh no.
Well, I guess I can check my own storage now. Thankfully, I have piles of things. So I'm certain. Yep, here we go. Shell. In fact, let's put away all this other stuff because I have a feeling it's going to change my equipment loadout. It wouldn't let me put the blue gemstones away? That's strange. Okay, that is all the random trash. Then we run back to the east side. We teleport back to the fields. We don't hit the wrong button, which I totally didn't just hit. I totally didn't just hit the wrong button. That would have sent me back to town if there wasn't a 30-minute timer on it. I totally didn't hit that button just now.
Hey, keep saying it and I'll start believing it.
Where am I? Okay. Recast this, recast this. Stainers are cute. They're just little ladybugs. They drop rainbow shells, which sell pretty well. There's also something they get used for quest-wise, and I don't remember what it was. Well, Ami, would you say that you're enjoying the game in Filton?
Yeah, so far. Oh. There we go.
Right. Well, let's bounce. I just tried to hit that wrong F key that would have sent me all the way back to town. Thankfully, it didn't. So this map that I'm on right now is actually like explicitly somewhat terrifying to me. One of the private servers I was on had a love that game. Had a custom mob that had, I was saying earlier, you'll run across some servers that have an item that's like +10 to all stats. In this case, it was a mob that was a reskinned Choco renamed Monkey Fist, which would use Asura Strike on you, the skill that the monk is using that I'm about to go pick up. Mm-hmm. And Asura Strike uses a complex set of calculations. Oh, somebody knows. Yep. Jonathan Slavey, if you are watching, or if you ever watch any of my VODs, Jonathan Slavey, you are a dick. So the owner of Exile RO at one point switched to a quote-unquote donation system on the server. We're going to spill some dirt today. As I'm walking into the chapel here to become like a monk. That's really funny. But this person set up their server as a quote-unquote donation thing and would accept real-world cash for quote-unquote donation items that you would get in-game, and these were items that were the ridiculously powerful gear that we were talking about before. And basically $10 would net you roughly one of those items. And Slavey figured out that people would willingly keep donating to the server if, for whatever reason, the server ended up getting wiped or rolled back and they lost the things. And the thing was, because it was donation, it was quoted in there that if, for whatever reason, your items were lost, they would not be replaced by the system admin. So Slavey started consistently rolling back the server, stating that, oh, we had a compromise. Oh, we had somebody hack into the server. Oh, the server economy broke because somebody figured out some sort of exploit. None of that was true. He just figured out he could make consistent ongoing money by doing that. And I stuck around for 7 years of watching this happen. And I would donate maybe once a year for like $5 to give my mother something because she played on that server along with me for a while. And I would watch as every year that would get rolled back, and whatever I got her, that would go away. And it just, rude. Very rude. Greetings, you seem to be. I've been waiting for you. Impressive, you found all the items, this guy. Your next step will be to go to Elder Toha. Find him. He's in the northwest. Are you kidding me? He's in the northwest. Located at the top right area for the memory test. Okay. Top right area or the northwest? Which is it? Those are two different things. Oh, I love pathing in this. It's so good. Okay, that is not a place I should be. I don't know who is buried there, but I'm assuming I should not be bothering them. So is this like canonically the character didn't know directions and gave me the wrong directions? Or what?
You can explain so much jank away with that, I'm sure.
You could. You absolutely could. Okay. So this isn't it. Rust Blackhand. Who are you? What do you want me for? You're not a monk, then what do you want? If you don't have business on me, go away. Oh, okay.
I might have some business on you. Is that an invitation, sir?
Where are we going here? Alright. Hello? This is a place for those in testing to become a monk. Please be quiet inside. Okay? Welcome! This place is a training place for monks, St. Capitolina Abbey. When you go inside, you'll meet Tamoon, the oldest monk who succeeds to the predecessors. Please be advised to do not touch anything, and please avoid talking loud in front of Tamoon. I hope you have a great time in here. Oh, hello? Power word justice will not last. Justice without power cannot be upheld. Power does not equate to justice, but true justice can be the means to power. Okay. Ooh. Whoa. Tamoon. Be quiet. I will not allow anyone to cause any trouble in this abbey. You better not be thinking about causing any trouble. The peace of this world cannot last forever. The hands of evil are reaching into the world of Get. What brought you to this place? I want to enter here. You should train more to enter this place. You should reach at least level 75 to enter here. Wait, what? Located in the top right area for the memory test. Am I talking to the wrong... I am talking to the wrong one. Ah, these names! Okay. So that's something else entirely, but apparently I can learn a skill there.
In another 25 levels.
15.
Oh, nice.
I am way further ahead on level than I should be because I ended up killing a bunch of other stuff. I see vegetables growing. Okay, I'm really just trying to find the, like, I am happy to talk to all these NPCs later. I just want to change class.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, they said the northwest area, so let's check this other building. Maybe that was the one I was supposed to go to. Door's open. Maybe not. How and what? PRT Monk 251, 255. Okay. It is in the upper right area. Yep. He really did give the wrong instructions. He said the northwest, not northeast. What brings you to me? Do you wish to share a conversation with me? Oh, I see. You're a monk in training. You already possess a similar spirit as the monks. By the looks of you, it seems you've already visited Sensei Muhai. Good. Let me inform you about certain things you must know as a monk. Then it will help you to strengthen your body so you can bear your mind training. Calm your mind. Relax your body. Are you ready? Yes? Okay then. Please repeat after me. Oh. Okay. I'm going to read all this from here. I commit myself to Veritas and Equitas. Follow my path to enlightenment and purity. I will protect. Wait. I will protect my brothers of my life. Evil shall never be. Victorious, well. Of course, my screen moved on me. Victorious while I breathe. In nomine Patris, et Filii, Spiritus Sancti. That was perfect. You pay attention well. However, it's not the time to relax. Your path is still long ahead of you. As I promised, I will help strengthen your body. Focus your mind and do not move. You feel wind all around your body, and energy within you grows. I feel what grows within you. You may now continue on. Your next course will be with Buhai. I wish you well on your journey. Don't forget, his name is Buhai. Okay, so we need to go back to that other room that we were in. There was Novara. No, I don't know. I don't know any of this. I have never done the monk job change when it was like this, which means that I've never played a monk on this server because I don't remember any of this. Yep, making a punch monk. Wait. Whoa. Once you hit level 75, you can actually go for a battle against Baphomet? That sounds intense. Okay. So back at 57,179 is where we want to go next. Which I believe is that starting area. Close to it, at least. How do I... I teleport. No, that's not the right way either. What?
The butterflies stand no chance.
Butterflies can't kill you anymore! You've gained more power. Now you can hunt for a creamy card. Somebody else just teleported from here. Interesting.
Oh my god.
Excuse me. You just interrupted my meditation. I should break your legs. I will give you a chance to explain why you interrupted me. Well, start explaining, or you'll be crawling soon. Toha sent me. I see. Well then, let's see. Your body seems strengthened. Good. What did you do with Toha? Recited a holy pledge. Didn't he do anything for you? Modified my body. Seem to realize your body is something new inside. Well then, we'll move on to the next step. We have 2 tests. Choose which one you want to do. I guess... Let's see here. Only reason to choose Marathon over Mushroom is lack of agility or concentration potion. Well, we're gonna do Gathering Mushrooms then. Gather mushrooms. You want to test your tolerance. Go and prepare and come back later when you're ready. I'm ready. Test your patience. Go inside the building near this abbey. Okay, so... Marathon track your step 7A, including the holes, right the maze for step 8. 7A is if you choose Marathon. Okay. This test is long and tedious and should be avoided unless you have no agility or Zenny for concentration potions. Oh, well, I'm glad that I have my own agility. Step 8. If you choose to collect mushrooms, you'll be asked to go to Frontera Monk 192-169 to a copy of St. Capitolina Abbey where you must hunt 2 types of mushrooms, gooey and orange. The NPC does not tell the player they have enough mushrooms until they have either 30 of either type. During the test, if you encounter thief bugs, who will loot your mushrooms and assist other thief bugs if attacked. These are, however, quite weak considering your level. The mushrooms from the thief test can also be used while it's possible. Oh, that's really funny. The best is to do this barehanded for maximum attack speed since the damage is 1 even with a weapon. Okay. Oh. Go inside the building near this abbey. Well, pick up my shield as well, because that'll also help. And I completely forgot what the address on that was. 192, 169. Okay. And it's this one. Chose the mushroom test. Still your choice? Yes. Gathering mushrooms. You decided to take the test of tolerance, whatever that means. Hello, thief bug. Die. Okay, so the thief bugs don't drop what I need. I wonder if I'm still allowed to warp. Because thief bugs do still drop items for some reason. Unallowed area to teleport. Understood. Orange net and orange gooey. I see. Further increase my attack speed. This is silly. Uh-oh, that's not a good sign. The whatever's chewing on my graphics processing here is also failing to correctly hide the Discord and Steam notifications. That's a fun problem.
Oh no.
That's not a security issue at all. Oh, is it control click? Hold on. Is it alt click? It's alt click. Oh, you can command them with alt click. I forgot. I forgot because that's what you need to learn to be able to play with the homunculus. So you can use alt click to tell your mercenaries to go do something.
Nice. That's good to know.
Wow, that triple attack speed bonus is hilariously fast on just this Acolyte, and I don't even have Raging Trifecta Blow yet. Nope. Oh, bye. Just watch my mercenary contract expire. Something one-shotted you? I mean, that'll still happen if something crits. What was it? This mushroom harvesting is actually kind of chill. Don't know what it's called. I mean, that makes sense. After you die in any given instance, you can also highlight the thing and take a look at it. So this is a single player instance. It's not a multi-user instance either of this thing. Although I wonder if that would have changed in higher population servers. It's a boss monster. That makes sense.
Drake. It just changes the name Drake.
Yeah, it's somebody using bloody branches or whoa. Or dead branches.
Twitch is goofy.
Why?
Just because it changes so many innocuous words and names into emotes.
Oh, that's not Twitch doing that. That's 7TV
Right,
/ yeah.
I guess Twitch users are silly then.
Yep. There's a was it Curiosity Stream is a bloody minefield of like various things. Just literally the words this and that result in all sorts of fun stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Dan is one of the people responsible for that. Yep. Make friends make booster? No, I don't make my friends do anything. Callie added those. Trying to think of where the NPC is for this. Oh, I suppose that works. Where? Yeah, give me more mushroom. More mushroom. And this is one of the ones that just doesn't show up, right? Oh, it does. 17. We need 30 of either one of these mushrooms before it'll let me finish this quest. Rude. No one didn't even drop anything. Yep, it's 30. 30 of either, but not 30 combined. So you might end up with having to pick up 59 mushrooms if you get unlucky. Or worse, having to kill more than that if they're just outright not dropping. Net is 4 points and GUI is 1 point? That's only in the thief stuff. Why do I... Hold on, why am I so certain of that? Does not tell the player they have enough until they have 30 of either type. During the test, you will also encounter thief bugs. Mushrooms from thief tests can also be used. While it's possible to have a respective thief gather the mushrooms, it should be easy to have an acolyte with high agility and buffs to complete this test faster. Yeah, that is a holdover from the thief quest. I keep trying to hit my teleport button because I got way too used to having the cat paw glove. Also, new armored core. I love the laser paw item that you can get. It's basically the lightning claws from Warhammer.
Nice.
I just realized this is a custom song that doesn't occur anywhere else that I know of in the game. It's interesting when you run across those. Aw, thank you, Koi. Welcome in, Raiders. How was your speedrun? Does that mean that you got it done in just under 5 hours? I know, you started like an hour before I did, so... How'd that go? Just under 6 hours. Nice. Yeah. For those that don't know, Koi just did a speed run on Minecraft. And that was your first one, if I remember correctly, right? Dragon herself was easier than expected. Just dealing with the Enderman that mauled you and gravity. Yep. Oh, it's funny when you line up the camera just perfectly so the cold bolt just doesn't appear. It's like it falls from so far, but you can perfectly line it up so it's the exact angle that it's falling at in relation to the camera. First single session run. Nice. These mushrooms pop up so fast. I keep smashing them with my hands. They keep reappearing. So we finished the main part of leveling about half an hour ago, and I'm still on this silly little quest for getting my character switched over to a monk. We are at the monk's abbey, and we're currently doing part of the job change quest, which consists of break a bunch of mushrooms until I get 30 of the same type of mushroom. Okay. Oh, there's some up here. Come on. Thank you. Oh. How close are we here? 31 and 20. So we have enough. What do I... Huh? What happens now? Now locate Tamoon. He's in the same mushroom building. Go in further. Monk test 319, 139. Okay, so... Back to the middle place. And that door's closed, so I have to go through the other side. Turbo. Okay, let's go inside. Wait, what? Huh? How do I... Not bad. Okay, you passed. Go meet Tamoon for your next test. Tamoon is staying in the deepest room inside a building near this abbey. So, this one? Speak to that NPC. Okay. Now you don't need to be instructed any more than this. Terminate every living thing in your way. That is all. While you are wandering around within the maze, if you encounter any evil creatures, just kill them. Release their tortured souls. Do not compare us to the weakling priests. We are monks and we will always be the strongest. We are not like priests who cower behind the strength of others. Now focus. Keep your fists tight and your eyes open. It is time to show me what you got. Let's see if you got what it takes to be a true monk. Okay. Keep in mind you don't have to do much. Wait. During this test, monsters will spawn. It is possible to check if a certain cell is passable by pointing the cursor at it. Walkable cells with the usual green walk marker. If there's none, cells locked. Generally try sticking to a straight line from door to exit. There's a choice of routes. Take that closer to the center line. Patience is highly required. Disconnecting in this test will send a player back to their save point. It's possible to use a navigation system to show a way through the maze. Oh, that's mean. We'll get you to the exit. Okay. I'll do that. I'm feeling sneaky. Let's do that. Map system. Search. Or wait. Stop. Oh, hmm. How do I... A service isn't that. Open Navi info? Close that. That's not it either. Reading outside road information file. Okay, we're not going to mess with that. That would be funny, though. You ready to undergo the spiritual training? Yes. I wish you luck. If you get lost and can't find your way out, simply log out and log back in. Return to your save point. Okay. What does that mean? Heck if I know. That's really funny. Hello. Let's go over here, equip these real quick. Wait, what? Does this thing have unlimited health or something? How? Uh. Um. That's a lot. That is a lot. Why can't I kill any of these? It won't let me target them. Ah, there we go. That's still not really helping. They do way more than I can handle. So... Uh-huh. Heal self. Continue to... Lady. Please. Bloody hell. Alright, we're gonna warp back. Stop at the hotel. We go get some healing items. We do this again. And this is one of the things where once you hit level 50, these quests, they are solo. You do not get to take other people in with you. There is no way to really make it easier. You're just going to have to brute force your way through. And part of my problem was I stopped in one spot and tried to fight them, which apparently you cannot do. Four points into strength. Hopefully we can at least do some slight damage. I don't know. None of these are going to help right now. Okay. To the Abbey, I suppose. Oh, wait. This is terrible. Well, I guess we're doing this without. And that's fine too. That's wild to think that, like, doing Minecraft can go from playing, like, weeks to months to even years for some people in a single playthrough of getting to the end and actually fighting the Ender Dragon, and then sometimes you just play it all in a single night in 6 hours, like the amount of time it takes to bake some bread. Have a good one, Koi. Yeah, that sounds like a long, long day. Oh, wasn't leaving. Good. There's that monkey fist. Terrifying. Don't like vanilla Minecraft, only like modded with the tech mods that have a lot of automation. I mean, Filton, you play a very different game of Minecraft from most people. The amount of automation you had going on was wild. Okay, here we go again. You failed. Ready to undergo the spiritual training. What do I have to do? Maze of spirits. There are spirits inside which will block you from moving freely. If you want to the test hall, you must make your way to the warp portal be located at the opposite side from the start point. Oh yes, there are also monsters wandering around the maze. Cool. Yes. Okay, so same place. Played some heavy mod packs. Wait, what? What just happened? Huh? Yeah, that's not it. Okay. Okay. Uh, so close. Please. So close. Please. Please. It's not there either. So where am I going? Where? Um, okay. Can I hit this one? Oh, I can fight this one. Well, this one's going down then. Go away. Leave me alone. What on earth? This is miserable. Fight this one. What is with this? What is with the zombie's health? This one singular zombie. I'll fight these. Honestly, like, I apparently have a quest for these, so I'll take it. I don't know what I did just now. This is also not where I want to be, though. Okay. So, Worldview, Adventure, Login, Replay, Arena, Guild, Cash Shop, Navigation. Oh, can I just... From there? Did they patch this out? Because that's what I'm getting the feeling is actually the case. Yeah, that's looking like that's what it is. Okay, so what if I remove the /nav? What does that do? Find? Failed to set the arrived area. Find? Failed to set the arrived area. Search? Search? No? Huh. Back to this drawing board. So fun getting this class upgrade. Enjoying so much this game I love. Oh, we have a new Gravity Crash. Let me see if I can read a thing here. Oh wait, is this what I'm looking at here? That's the marathon maze. That's a separate maze entirely. You're level 30 now. Congrats. Good job. Uh, well, that's definitely not it. In fact, so few of these are. I'm looking at the mazes for these, and I'm seeing a bunch of other mazes that are not. They're not this room at all. Yet none of this is correct. Cool. Has nobody ever successfully mapped this before? Okay, okay. Have to get from one side of the room to the other. It's not that easy because of invisible walls. Wait, really? That doesn't seem right. What are these red and yellow? Supposedly I am looking at the right map, and now I'm even more confused. The hell? Since on the left will warp you to the top right, one in the middle will warp you to the lower left. Do we have to do all three of these mazes? Are you kidding? That's not even... okay. One in the middle will warp you to the lower left room. So we'll start with that one, and then we'll refer to the list again as soon as we get out of here, if we don't crash the game in the process, because my graphics card hates this.
I closed out of the game recently and my performance improved dramatically. I don't know if it's just because it's been running for a while or what.
Yeah, that the instability warning that's an entire field full of creamies. The instability warning of like the gravity crash handler saying, "Hey, shut down the game right now," and we're just ignoring that. That's what that is. It's a shader error
Sure.
being like, "Hey, this will mess things up if you leave it going." And I'm like, "Yes, leave it going." Yeah, there's a certain amount of like having to just crater the game and let it come back sometimes, but right now it's moving just fine. It's my concern is that it's flickering every once in a while.
Oh yeah, I was getting that earlier when I picked up items. The whole like game screen would flash.
Mm-hmm. And normally that wouldn't be too great of a concern, except it was actually showing like Steam and stuff. This one we can just warp. Oh, I should have just walked from there. I was so close. I am a fool. Spoiled by the teleport spell. I've already forgot. After reading that whole thing, I'd already forgotten which one of these maps goes where.
Where can I buy some good healing items for my level? 47. I'm trying to kill orcs.
You're probably gonna want to jump up to white potions. honestly, the best route to go is not even buying healing potions, but to um, collect them, like collect healing items in general from other mobs. Groves over by the Komodo Field, which is like through the dungeon there. It's a single map walk, and it takes you to a place where groves are large chameleons that will try and pick up any items on the ground and will attack you in groups if you hit one of them. And will also become aggressive if you start spellcasting. So if you're a magic user and you start casting Fireball, they start chasing after you. But
Okay, so if I don't have patience to collect healing items, how bad does it cost to just buy some stuff real quick?
1,200 per single white potion.
Okay, and a white potion is like 1-2% of your health, maybe?
Probably. Well, it depends on your max health and your vitality and stuff. I think by default they start at like 300 to 400, and it climbs based on those other stats that you have.
Okay. Where can I buy those?
Any tool shop. Every
Cool.
town has its own tool shop that you should be able to go to.
Gotcha.
Okay, talk to this guy again. Go over here. Go over here. We read this again. Assistant on the left will warp you to the top right room. Okay. Got a call from a friend? Have a good one, Filton. Thank you so much for hanging out tonight. Well, this morning for you. Play again soon. Okay, so this one, I just go up here. Nope. Nope. I go up. Wait, what? Huh? Huh? Uh-oh. We have already reached a problem. Cool. Game. When I wake up later, okay. Sure. Please go away. Just go. Leave me alone. I just want to pass this test. I'm not here to mess with you. Please leave me alone. Are you bloody kidding me?
What did they do? Oh no.
Yeah, thank you, Filton. I'm about to do this off the air. Like, I am trying to be chill, but the information that I have in front of me is very wrong. And that in itself is becoming a problem. Like I said, that NPC gave me the wrong information to begin with on where I was supposed to go. And I know that, like, that could be haha funny story thing, but it's not. It's a localization problem, which makes it even more upsetting.
I was gonna say maybe someone on the translation team just had dyslexia and got it wrong or something.
Yeah, I don't know. But to put that a step further, like I'm relying on somebody else's information from a wiki on what may or may not be dead information from before
Right.
the world was changed in Renewal, where the great demon Satan Morok ate the desert city of Morok. And I'm back over here again. So, do I have to do all three of those in a single life? I get the feeling, knowing the kind of test this is, and knowing the way that Ragnarok tends to be, that is the case. I am not allowed to actually fail on any one of these rooms, and I have to do all three rooms. Now, I wouldn't be quite so irritated if, for reasons unknown, the zombie didn't have a broken health stat, because I'm doing a normal amount of damage against it, and you're able to see that I can kill the mummy that is also a comparable level to... Actually, it's supposed to be about 10 levels higher than the zombie. For reasons unknown, I can kill the mummy, but not the zombie. Like, something's wrong.
Isn't the mummy supposed to be the beefed up version of the zombie?
Uh-huh. Something's very
Weird.
wrong with the way this test is, like, programmed right now. And it's hard not to be a little frustrated. I would say that one of the biggest, like, frustrations I do have in this game is how complex and difficult some of these challenges can be. Or in some cases, by comparison, how absurdly simple some of them can be, while everything else is brutally difficult. It's like, this directly contributes to people primarily choosing one class over another.
Yeah, it's just how easy to understand the objectives are.
Yeah, not monk yet. No, not monk yet. We're running into the issue inside the maze here, Divish. Got 3 different mazes here. I'm looking at 3 different puzzles, or 3 different maps in front of me of the mazes. And they don't seem to be accurate. Supposedly, this one just goes up here. But it don't. It just stops here. Which means this isn't correct. So we try this one. Go. Thanks, game. Thanks. Cool, we have spawned an additional creature now. This is not what the game said it would be. Cool, we're now extra stuck. And we're running into this issue where no matter how hard I hit these zombies, they are immune to me.
Oh, jeez.
They seem to be able to see me through the maze in the first place. Okay, now we have 3 zombies. I seem to be accidentally duplicating them by walking over a floor plate or something, I'm not sure. No matter what, I cannot heal, I cannot walk. I'm just fucked. And I'm not happy about this. This is not the way this game is supposed to play. At all. This is the people who have been left responsible for the game that I care so much about not taking care of it. Not living up to the standards that were put in place in the first place. I am just hit scanning the walls. Divish, I am about done with your recommendations, bud. If it wasn't readily apparent, I haven't exactly been following your instructions since the beginning. I'm going to make one more run at this. And after that, we're probably going to call it for the night because I don't see a reason to continue beating my head against a wall for this. I may end up switching character classes over to Mage just to work on that one, but if it's going to be anything like this, I don't think I want to do that on the other either. And that kind of sucks because it does feel good to actually have the character change. I intended on being able to show that off as a special kind of situation live on the air, but I don't care anymore. It's just amazes that I was trying to navigate inside there weren't bad enough. I have to use every part of my brain to navigate through this bloody maze, which if you look at it on the map, doesn't actually display very well at all. I spend more time looking in the little upper right-hand corner of the screen than I do at the actual gameplay a lot of the time. That's never a good sign either. Also, I'm noticing now that OBS has yet to sort itself out and actually display the other users in chat. So there's one more thing that I get to diagnose as soon as I'm done with all this. Yay!
I just saw an NPC I misread the name on as a creamy man. It said dreary. Thank you, brain. The creamy man won't talk to me till I'm level 140 anyway.
See if any of these other ones will take us to a different spot. The one on the left will warp you to the top right. The one in the middle, warp you to the lower left. Supposedly. Creamy man. No, that is not where I said to go. This is... Okay. Okay. Okay, this is proving accurate so far. Let's see if it stays that way. Okay. Hey, this one actually working. Please, please. But seriously, I really do have to do all three of these. Okay. One on the right will warp you to the top left room. Okay. Excellent, you make it through. Now I give you a secret potion which will double your physical strength. Drink this potion, you'll be able to become a monk. Now go back to Sensei Muhai. Wait, what? Did I only have to do one of them? Cures blind, chaos, poison, silence. That's not what... That's just a green potion. That's not a specialized... That monk just lied to me. This whole abbey is full of lies. People telling me to go to the northwest when it's actually in the northeast. This guy hands me a green cure poison potion and tells me, yeah, this is going to make you stronger. No, this whole place is full of lies. I'm going to punch everybody in this room.
Wild.
Through the game.
It's all part of the monk initiation. They're hazing you.
They're hazing me. I'm disliking this experience. He seems to be in meditation. He seems to be in meditation. Drink the potion, I guess. He seems to be... Am I talking to the wrong... I'm talking to the wrong person. Okay, we go back to the other part of the abbey. We go talk to the person that we first talked to. The one after the room that says, "May you rest in peace." So, I'm left even more confused because I was just told by both the game and this tutorial that I had to do all three. Okay, that's an option too. We could just completely kick me out of Ragnarok.
Hmm?
One sec, folks. We'll be right back. We'll... Ragnarok, an MMORPG, a critically acclaimed hit MMORPG, free to level 175 all the way through to the latest expansion pack, Illusion 17.1, with no restrictions on playtime. I finally memorized it. I've been saying it all day to people as like the actual joke.
You hear the critically acclaimed MMO Final Fantasy XIV now with a free trial up to level 60, including the critically acclaimed expansion Heavensward, with no restriction on playtime. That's
Yep,
our
yep,
version.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's as far as I know, like that meme originates from Final Fantasy. Like that's
Yeah.
I'm thoroughly enjoying being able to retroactively pull that and take it into the world of RO.
I love that. Okay, I'm in Payon. Where the heck do I buy healing items? I just want to get some white potions.
Tool shop.
Is that where I bought like arrows and stuff?
Mm-hmm. That would be
Okay.
a place that you buy arrows. You bought them in Islud before as well, but the map that the dungeon entrance is on, if you just go north of the dungeon entrance, there's a little shop there.
Okay, like at the south edge of the city of Payon, the village.
The northeastern exit from Payon takes
Oh,
you
right.
to the Archer Village. On the western side of that is the dungeon entrance, and further north of that would be the shop you're looking for.
See.
Okay, we are
Thank you.
back in the game. I've got my deal with it glasses back on. We're gonna go talk to this guy. Greetings. You seem to be on a pure path. Oh, Muhai, I'm gonna eat you. I'm going to chew your face off. But first, answer me these questions. Do you dedicate the remainder of your life to the pursuit of purity? No. Will you take advantage of the abilities gained through ARB training for use for personal benefit? Yes. Will you be punishing those who are against Veritas and Quietas, Truth and Justice? Sure. Will you cooperate with others who have the same goal as yours? Sure. Yes, I intend on playing in a party. Will you assist your comrades by gathering monsters to follow you? Yes. Will you yell and shout the same things over and over again in towns or in fields? Yes. Are you willing to die for others on your monk's path of being a holy executioner? Lastly, make your oath that you will keep these vows. Then your training is complete. Please come closer. We welcome you in, sister, in our holy battle against evil. Oh, we're here. We're here. My sister, your oath has been heard by all around us. I will now perform the ultimate techniques upon your body. I will use these ancient techniques to amplify your strength through the use of pressure points on your body. Close your eyes. Relax your body. Smack, smack, smack. You breathe in deeply. You feel fingers poking all over your body with swiftness. Kia! Ha! Kia! He actually is typing all this out. You see life through the eyes of a monk. You're now a monk. Heh. I guess I'm too old to do that anymore. I was better when I was younger. Anyways, you're a monk now. Hope you keep your vow. Continue your training. You may leave where the wind may take you. Oh, and a gift before you leave. Knuckle dusters. That's the actual benefit that you get for hitting level 50 before doing this. They'll give you a little piece of starting equipment in most cases. All the lead up to that just dead after fighting with the software being a pain. I'm so sorry, folks. Like, we're here. We made it here. I am curious. Right. I'm all stats. No, nothing. Okay, let's put our equipment back on. Boots, shield, uniform, ring, manto. Okay. Base attack speed 170. With the mace, 168. With the knuckle dusters, back up to 170. With blessing and increased agility, 174. With concentration potion, 176. Hello, random leaf hopper. So yeah, I'm now a monk. I've done it. I have defeated the glitch. I'm out of here.
Channeled the righteous fury of indignation into your fists.
I am never going back to that. Actually, let's see here. In order for me to heal, I could go to the hotel. I could go to the hotel, or I can go to the Eden Teleport Officer and I can turn in a quest and get so much experience. And that should actually give me a bunch of base levels really fast, or job levels really fast. Terra Frog, there we go. There we go. Let's see here. This is 56 to 70. That's all. Okay. Wow, that got me a few levels. We're going to keep putting more into agility. That puts us up to 177. No skill points. I gained no job levels. You don't get job levels initially from sneaky. Good job, whoever did that. That's actually, thank you for stopping me from abusing the job board to just rank through levels like that. All right, well, let's go over to the orc dungeon. I'm gonna go punch an orc real quick and see how the damage compares.
Oh, hey, that's where I've been.
All right.
Just
Fit,
outside it anyway.
agility. Yeah. Oh, this is with the knuckle duster still though. Punch. 137. Huh? What about 220? Okay. That gave us our first skill point. Iron Fists requires more Demon Bane and Divine Protection up to skill level 10. Summon Spirit Sphere requires Iron Fists. I have to respec my character. It is so broken. Alright. I was like, oh, I don't need Divine Protection. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Well, I am now a much stronger version of the Acolyte. Much punchier. I drank that green potion. Oh, you're in Payon. Okay.
Oh, I'm about to be outside Orc Village.
Yeah.
Oh! Once it kicks me out. The game crashed trying to move me to Eden Group.
Oh, nice. Actually, that gives me an opportunity. I'm gonna go respec. Hopefully this doesn't cost me everything to do so. Eden Group. Yeah. Welcome in, viewers. Wow, you all came in at a good time because I was in a real bad mood about 10 minutes ago. Event giveaway. This is what I have right now. Costume ticket. Are you sure you want second costume ticket items once we start an eruption? Sure. You are too low level. Okay. Be warned, you can only respec once per character. Oh. Well, I don't want that either. I guess put the points in towards Iron Fists. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, I could talk to the Kathra right outside the Orc Dungeon. I have more. Because the storage is right here. But first I punch this Orc. I love that I look like Garbad the Weak.
It's like, who?
Garbad the Weak, he was one of the Khazra in Diablo 1. Before they had the name. Happened to be a weapon crafter. Okay, so let's take a look here. Sixamid, sword thief, merchant, mage, archer, soul linker, ninja. Okay, Crimson Mace. Require level 70. So close, not quite there. Icicle Whip, Stiletto, Bow, Book. Priest, Sage, Taekwon. Nope. Bible. Priest, Sage, Taekwon. All the Katars are assassin only. This will be the first time that I actually make use of any of these. Electric Fist. Requires level 75. Attack 80. What's the base attack on what they gave me? 50. Okay. Champion. Well, I can't use that yet. Ledger of Death. Can't use that. Seismic Fist. 75. Okay, so I have 13 levels to go before I can use any of the items that I have that are monk specific. I probably have an upcoming equipment quest to do soon. Which, by the way, if you haven't started your equipment quest for the Orc Village,
I'm doing it now.
nice.
I need 4 more baby orcs.
Oh, that
I
is
think I'm
such a
done.
challenge. This
Yeah, they're
creamy
really
man.
hard to find. I feel like killing them is easy, but finding them has
Yeah.
been rough.
Okay, I'm out of scrolls.
I actually killed 150 orc warriors before I found 15 babies.
Oh wow. Those vouchers are gonna come in handy later.
Yeah. What do you get for them?
There's an orc specific like headgear piece that you can get.
Nice.
Nice. I still have
Nice.
no form of like multi-target combat.
Hmm. I just jumped from 8 to 12 babies. That was a lot. Oh, never mind. That's 2 different quests.
Hmm.
So I'm at 9 out of 10.
That is a
Why do I have
large
2
orc.
different quests?
One is for the Eden group and one is for the job or the equipment. One is for Eden group experience and one is for Eden group equipment quest. Sorry, I'm not phrasing this well.
Gotcha. Well, one of them's done, and the other one needs 4 more?
Okay,
Let's see.
there's one more up here.
Okay.
More Iron Fist. Dang. That's a lot of orcs. Would be a shame if something happened to him.
That's a nice life you have there, orc.
Those are the one we want. I'm just ignoring them at this point.
Alright.
This is all just us wasting time if we try to fight all this.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
we're good.
Alright. I'll try and swoop them over this way. A lot of this, again, isn't needed. That arrow shower, though.
Yeah, that arrow shot. Ooh,
Hey.
in fact. That looks like a big ol' experience pinata we left back there, in fact.
Yep.
There you are.
Alright. Is that the last one for that?
Yes, I think so.
I love that doing the rank up gives you just a raw stat bonus, raw like health and mana bonus, because you just get more powerful based on the class alone, even if you haven't picked up any skills yet.
That's nice.
They're taking you thunder. Oh, let's head back up to the top corner. Oh geez, here's even more. Alright. Ow, ow, ow. Oh, a card. Very nice. Thank you.
Yep. I'm low on SP. pop some fruits. Got oranges. Hell yeah. Oh, and I just popped my battle manual
Oh
by
no.
accident. Shoot.
Well, now you have to play for another 2 hours.
True. Shit.
Alright, let's just run up here and go for the... I'll try and
yeah.
lead some of these away from you, so you can just go.
Thank you.
Yep. There you go.
Gotta go fast.
You also get free health and mana if you talk to the quest NPC more than once.
Oh. Nice. I should have abused that.
Dan,
Wait.
I just read that as they taking my humidifier. I think I'm a little scrambled now.
I have more targets. Oh. Now that I've done babies, I need 10 warriors. Got it.
And once you've done the 10 warriors, you have to do, I think it's 15 of the orc ladies.
Wow.
Yeah.
Why would they put the hardest one first?
Yeah, I don't remember it being in that order. I remember it being the opposite.
That would make sense.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. There you are.
Oh, that one dropped a Reperiticon. Nice. Five of those, and you can put a +1 on one of your weapons. You know, I've never actually looked into what the maximum plus you can have on an item is, because you don't see people's top tier equipment. They don't show it very often. But I know that it is possible to...
the NPC.
Okay. It is easily possible to, like, break the base +10.
Yeah, I noticed I was clicking on people trying to view their equipment and nobody was public.
Yeah. Did you end up ever setting yours? No, you set yours to not public either. I need to turn mine on to show. It's a little checkbox in your equipment menu on the bottom left. Hey.
Nice. Hey, I'm level 50.
Hey! Congrats.
Heck yeah.
Both made some serious progress tonight.
Hell yeah.
Still haven't made it to the first level of Iron Fists. Hello, random person.
Goodbye, random person.
Wow, they left a lot of Orcish vouchers behind.
Don't mind if I do. I want to fight you. Where's your missus?
If you do 1 damage or more to the baby orc, it will summon an orc warrior and orc lady. If you if you destroy it before it gets a chance to summon, though.
Yeah.
Because you can stun lock them pretty quickly.
Yeah.
I have a +18? Oh! I've never seen an item that high. That explains a lot of the damage calculations for tier 4 weapons then.
Wow. Oh, are we fighting this guy?
Sure.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he started going down real fast. Oh, was he raging and reducing damage taken at first
I'm
or something?
that was a higher damage output enemy. That's what the
Okay.
raging in that one meant. So as a champion class, usually 10x health and some given stat. So like, you'll see one that's elusive. It just has a higher dodge chance.
Ah, dang it. I wasn't trying to hit the baby.
Okay.
I need 5 more ladies. Don't we all?
Nah. At this point, I am feeling fairly
Yeah, you got
polysaturated.
plenty.
I got plenty. I've definitely met the critical limit for what my psyche and social capability. Wait, we have a quest here? Have you seen PhD who is researching here? Huh? He's my academic adversary and researching for ancient ecosystems here. I haven't been able to contact him, so I came here to look for him. He's vanished without a trace. Well, that's strange. Anyway, the research must go on, so I've got to continue, but it's so hard for me to continue alone. May I ask you a favor? Uh, Want me to investigate a monster habitat? Something like that. It's like this. I can open the gate to this ancient dimension, but I can't enter by myself. I don't have anything to really pay you with, but if you're an adventurer type, you can keep whatever treasure you find inside. Interesting. Let me think about it. More adventurers who come to use this gate? Let's list up your name on the entry list first. Register. You're now eligible to use the gate. Please let me know when you're ready to go in. Interesting. I didn't know that was a thing.
She's a lady, and I am just an orc.
Huh?
3 more. Ooh, nice.
Oh, I don't know if that counted.
I think it did. I got 7 out of 10 now.
It's a lot.
Ooh. I should be saving my SP for panic situations like that.
Hey, leveled up.
2 more. Nice.
Okay. Got more orc warriors. Large jalopy.
1 more.
There we go.
Hey, there she is.
Alright, ready to just book across.
Yep.
We can fight all the way through here, or we can just leave.
Right. Alright, so let's grab this loot and just sprint.
Yeah, cast increased agility on both of us and go.
Bridge?
No.
Okay.
This route's safer.
Oh, I didn't have to go that far south.
Randomly having my slime cast Firebolt confuses the hell out of me sometimes. I'm like, where did that come from?
I was wondering what that was.
Yeah, that's the slime that's riding on my hat, or like on my head underneath my my giant demon horns.
Nice.
Ooh, don't mind if I do. Free halberds. They both went to you.
Oh. Okay. Cool. Now I talk to Boya.
Boya! Alright.
Boya!
Eden marker. I need to wait forever. No, I don't. Give me purple fly. Phew.
Eden Mark. Hey, it was off cooldown. Let's go.
I wonder if Boya has a test for me. Well, I guess Instructor would be the next one.
Holy shit.
Bare minimum for one of these levels, based on your level. Think the Komodo suits you. Oh. Okay.
The sheer
That's-
number of menus I have to click through should be a war crime.
See, I have a new equipment quest that's gonna be not so fun to do.
Oh no.
Yeah.
What is it?
I have to go through Komodo Dungeon, which will start off with fighting stalactite golems, but finish with going to what used to be endgame content, because it's level 70 through 80, and 99 used to be like the end of the game. So it's enemies that have extremely high armor piercing capabilities and are robustly set up so that if there's one enemy on the screen, it's likely to set off the capabilities of other ones, and you can quickly get stun locked and overwhelmed.
Wow.
It's not an easy place to fight, but we'll see if the monk can handle it, but not tonight. It's not happening tonight. I think that once we get to your armor, I'm going to call this a good adventure for the evening. Blah, blah, blah.
Oh, that's good.
Sit down. Oh, I have a new sit animation. I sit extra gay. I love it.
Cute. Oh, with the knee up. Oh, badass.
Cute. All right. Oh, I have some stat points to spend. More agility. And still no ranks in Iron Fists. How many left do we have? That's maxed out Divine Protection. Need Demon Bane and Divine Protection at 10. Or it might be that I just need Demon Bane at 1 and Divine Protection at 10. I'm not entirely sure. I guess we'll see on the next level. That was not fun. That was not fun. Gravity, that was not fun.
Yeah.
Gravity, WTF. Same
Yeah.
thing I got to say to Blizzard. WTF. Okay, while we're waiting here, I'm gonna go take a look and see who's currently streaming and what and where we want to go with that. Sahar is streaming. I don't know if I've ever actually raided over to Music by Sahar. I think I will tonight, though. Are you still waiting to get in here? Didn't expect that. Uh-oh. You may have completely... They gone. They dead now. I don't know what happened. I lost my bunny. Oh, there you are.
Who, me? Oh god, sorry, were you talking to me?
Yeah, you.
I'm sorry, I was turning in the quests.
Gotcha.
Sorry. Okay, what were you saying?
Oh, yeah, I was wondering if you were still on your way to get your armor. That's why I was hanging out in this room.
Oh,
I got
yes.
nothing in here.
Oh yeah. I completely forgot to do that. Hey,
Hell yeah.
you look badass. Okay, weapons expert BK. Or no, it's the person over there. What
Yeah,
about you?
actually, can I do strength and
Michael.
equipment? Don't exactly do it for anyone. First degree. You've not yet awakened. What? Personal request? Have you started the request of Instructor I'm lending my services to those who are worthy. Besides, you won't have the equipment that I can enhance until you do those missions. Well, that makes sense. Yeah, I get the tier 4. Wait, am I already on the tier 3 armor? I am. So I get the, instead of Eden Group uniform, I get Eden Group armor as my next thing. Oh, the game just then decides to crash as you put on your hat. That's amazing.
Amazing.
Go figure. Cool.
Oh, I don't
Wow.
think I got a new hat, just the robe and boots.
Oh. No new bow either?
I did get a bow.
Oh, okay. Nice.
The Eden bow too.
Oh yeah, I can look at your stuff now. No, I can't. You didn't click the button.
Where's the button? Oh, show equip?
Yep.
There it is.
There we go. Eden Group hat. Eden bow 2. What's the damage on that? 120. It's a modified hunter's bow. Uniform 3, boots 3, manteau. So yeah, we need to get you some accessory equipment for the bottom 2 slots, and those are like, there's so many. I'm sorry, I just realized that I get to equip my funny little ring now because it's plus 7%
Ooh.
attack speed, so I get to really hit things fast soon. Oh, that's gonna be so fun. Okay, that's a good reminder of things that I get to look forward to the next time I play this character is the buzzsaw hands. I'll probably want to actually put together a new weapon, which is funny because I'm about to do a quest for a new weapon, but I don't. Wow, it's making me skip the glass time and go straight to Komodo. That's not going to be easy. Sadly, he was dreary, not creamy. He was dreamy.
The dreamy man.
Yeah. Okay, folks. I'm gonna leave this silly music going here, but we're gonna switch over to our thank you for watching because I think I may have hit my maximum capacity for remaining level on the air while this game is driving me insane. It's been really fun, and like the part where everything broke, not so fun, but that's, you know, kind of to be expected with older hardware, older games. Just the architecture that really wasn't ever meant to handle what we're putting it through in the first place. Let me jump over here. We'll start this raid up. Over to... Oh. Start this over here. Okay, and... hit this button here. Okay, folks, thank you so much, everybody who's been hanging out tonight, and all those that decided to chill in the chat, all those that were commenting in the background, and everybody who decides to watch the VOD in the future. I can't do this without all your support, and I super appreciate everybody who has. Thank you much for all of the time that you give me every single day. I can't wait to see you again tomorrow evening about 9 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Thank you, Dan, and thank you, everybody else. See you all again soon. Have a good one.